If you have not done so already, share. You click on the hostess box, and if you keep pressing, a list is going to come out. Share it to everyone in your contact list, and let's like. Mariama, you want to introduce?
Of course. We're gonna start with something that is very important. That is the news the latest news. So please, everybody, help me to welcome Ness. She's an amazing podcaster, and she has for you the latest news.
Thank you, Mariama. First of all, welcome everybody. Nice to have you here. Nice to spend your Saturday here with us and get a little bit educated and entertained. So that's why I always say edutained. And before we get to the news, please W Freedom. We'll be here every Saturday. W Bella, W Mike, W Maria, W everybody, W the speakers, W just basically W and flood the comments, because that also helps boost the algorithm. And definitely, in case you forgot, keep liking and keep sharing, and go get the team heart, because that's also very important in case you don't have it yet. All right. Let's jump right into it. So let's talk about an incident that happened exactly a week ago. We're talking about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, of course. So throughout history, we had over a dozen assassination attempts on US presidents, and 4 indeed were successful: Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and the most important, not important one, the most famous one, I guess, John F. Kennedy. And I think the last assassination attempt on a US president was indeed Reagan. And now Donald Trump joined the list. And this sparked a lot of conspiracy theories. A lot of people say this was orchestrated so that he can get the votes and he can get the sympathy votes and whatnot. Some people say it was Iran, because there was rumors from 2020 starting already that Iran is plotting. So Iran, of course, denied it. There's a lot. They're saying, oh, somebody wanted to take him out the other side, so to speak. But what we do know, it was definitely a failure of the Secret Service, because when these kind of events take place, the Secret Service arrives days prior to check out the area. They know every corner, every house, every alleyway. They know who lives there. They know the shops, like all the regulars, the cars who parked, like everything. They cannot miss any small detail, because this is so crucial. And according to the Secret Service, they did increase security for Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago already. So I don't know how this could happen, especially when participants of this rally did spot the shooter and did inform law enforcement, but they did not really react, as they deemed him to be not dangerous. When they saw him on the roof, they didn't see pew pew, which is absolutely insane to not deem somebody on, like, why are you on the roof? What are you doing there? So obviously Donald Trump is fine. His right ear was hit by a bullet. Right ear is pierced. He ducked behind the podium, and when the Secret Service came to get him, he was like, wait. And he gave that picture that is gracing shoes and t-shirts now, where he is pumping his fist up in the air and saying fight. And that became his new slogan for his ongoing campaign. So, as I said, t-shirts are out, a limited edition of sneakers with his bloody face on them. Like, he knows how to capitalize on a moment like this. So now we have a dement Joe Biden, who didn't even know what he did 10 seconds ago, let alone he doesn't even remember his name. And we have a liar who makes wild statements, called Donald Trump, who claims to be the most loyal president to Israel. So do you guys think that he won the election already based on this incident? If so, put a 1 in the chat. So if you feel that Donald Trump got the election already in his pocket, it's already done, he's going to be the future president of the US, put a 1 in the chat. All right, so let's move on and let's talk about the resistance. Let's talk about the age group. So we have Osama Hamdan, who is a leader also of the age group. And he did say that the decisions the age group makes stem on the choice and of the Palestinians to fight their occupier and to resist their occupier. And he says that they're very flexible in the negotiations process. And Netanyahu is basically the biggest obstacle, and that's why there's never any agreement reached, never any deal, nothing. He says that Netanyahu is trying to buy time, waiting for Donald Trump to get into office because he feels like that he has more leadway when Trump is in office. And according to Osama Hamdan, he says it's a mistake as Donald Trump never even made a comment on exchanging American hostages. I found this very interesting because for me, I do think that Trump is basically going to kind of like support Netanyahu continue whatever that is that he's doing, his psychopathic atrocities and brutalization. But it's actually very interesting that he pointed that out. So let's see what's going to happen. And of course, we're staying in Gaza. So again, we have several martyrs, men, women, babies, literally everybody. The aggression is very high and it doesn't seem to get any less, especially with the ICJ ruling now since yesterday. But we will talk about the ICJ in a second. Let's just focus on Gaza for a moment. We talked about UNRWA last week, and we have only 10 out of 26 health centers still barely functioning in Gaza. The hospitals are literally almost to non-functioning whatsoever because there is hardly any aid coming in. Like 45 trucks a day is nothing for over 2 million people. We have, again, they attacked an UNRWA school where people were seeking refuge from the bombardment. And it's still the same game from the ITF, very misleading and lying about safe zones. We have a little success story. So there was a woman unfortunately martyred, but medical team could remove the infant, like the fetus, out of her belly and is still alive. It was definitely a heavy week, especially we talked about it last week with Mohammed, the guy, the 24-year-old with Down syndrome. More reports came out of his mom telling the story. I would urge you guys to go and look into it. I really don't want to tell the whole story here again because it's extremely brutal, and I don't want this life to get banana. But it's definitely, he is somebody worth knowing, worth remembering. So please go and check out what really happened to him and how the ITF unalived him. All right, let's move to the northern part of occupied Palestine. Tensions there are high as well, and it doesn't seem like it's going to ease up real soon. So we have martyrs on the southern Lebanese side. We have airstrikes carried out by the ITF in southern Lebanon, destroying houses and buildings and unaliving people, of course, and a lot of injured ones. But the Houthis are not shy to fight back. They also destroyed a couple of tanks and took out some of the Pampas gang members as well. They're still standing strong over there. They've been prepared. They've been ready for this, so they know what they're doing. And let's move to the West Bank now, where we have this week 5 women arrested. And the alleged number for female hostages in Israeli prison is approximately 83. So we talked last week about the torture that men endure. So you can only imagine what women have to go through, or actually you can't imagine it because these people do unthinkable stuff that nobody really can fathom, to be fair. So yes, so 83 women hostages in Israeli prison. We have several arrests. We have, again, the settlers continue to be trigger happy. And it seems like the settlers are the new ITF of the West Bank, as they are very busy, still committing a lot of, violence against Palestinians, destroying houses, and of course, with the support of the ITF, they have stormed several villages and cities, Turkarim, villages near Nablus, and it doesn't seem to quiet down whatsoever. And the Al-Quds brigades clashed with the ITF, so there was some, fighting going on between those two, and I'm happy to say that it's good to see people fighting back on that side as well. Then let's talk about Yemen. So Yemen took responsibility, the Houthis did at least, they took responsibility for a drone attack carried out on Tel Aviv. It's a different type of drone, came a different type of route over Sudan, Eritrea, and Egypt, and indeed hit a building in Tel Aviv, not too far away from the American embassy, one unalived and several injured. And the drone was very small, so it was not really detected by the air patrol of the colonial settlement, and it was deemed as not really dangerous. They were busy with trying to stop other drones from coming in from Iraq, for example. So it's a small drone with not so much ammunition, but it did the job. It made them know, it definitely, they made a statement with that. It made them, let them know that Tel Aviv, the so-called most protected city, is not untouchable. And then in return, there were airstrikes carried out on Al-Hudida city, a city in Yemen, and also airstrikes on oil refineries at the port of Al-Hudida. We have martyrs in Yemen as well. We have a lot of injured and a lot of destruction as well. And Yemen is saying, okay, so we're not just going to take it. We're going to fight back now. This is a direct war with the Zionist entity. So it's really getting tense and hot in that area as well. And I want to see how I got started for a second, sorry. I want to see how these psychopaths are gonna maintain that, because they keep running their mouth. Okay, well then keep the same energy now. Keep the same energy now. So the H group is condemning the airstrikes from the Zionist entity on Yemen. They made it a point to say that they're standing strong with the Yemenis, with the Houthis, and as the same as the Houthis stand with them. Now, let's talk about, no. One last thing I have to say that really got me as well. So we always wonder, how are these people so, how do they have so many members of the ITF? Yeah, we get that. They come from everywhere, but now we actually have some numbers. So we have 20,000 Americans. We have 1,000 Italians, 1,000 Australians, 400 Indians, and 4,000 French who joined the Pampas gang, so to speak. And several thousands from Germany, UK, Ukraine, and other places all across the globe. And they call them lone soldiers, okay? And these so-called lone soldiers get paid $4,000 a week. And for every confirmed unaliving, they get a hefty bonus on top. Now you know exactly where your tax money is going to, people. Yep. So now let's talk about the ICJ ruling. So the ICJ ruled, and it said that is not real, is indeed guilty of apartheid, indeed guilty of racial segregation, and it has to dismantle the settlements and evacuate the settlers immediately from the West Bank. They're also guilty of annexing East Jerusalem from the rest of the West Bank, and they are to give back land and assets that they forcefully took since 1967, including cultural items and archives. That's what they have to return, but that's not it. They also, and that's my favorite part, have to pay reparation to the Palestinians. Most definitely they should, as they should. And they also ruled that they are indeed illegally occupying Gaza, that they are illegally controlling their airspace, the water, and the registries. So this is for those dumb and indoctrinated Zios that tried to make us believe that they left Gaza in 2005. Really, like it seems like they don't even know what's going on, right in front of their doorstep, like on their doorstep, so to speak. What can I say? So this is the ruling. It is not legal. This is not legally binding. This is the bad part about it. It's an advisory opinion. But what it manages to do is put pressure, international pressure on countries, because countries now, international organization, countries and states are not to aid Israel any longer to be able to continue this brutal occupation. And this is very good because now these countries are going to be under scrutiny as well. That's what they're saying. They gave it to the UN to make a decision on what measures needs to be taken next. And the Palestinian authorities are also, they spoke up and they're very happy about it. And they said they're going to produce a top-notch resolution to the UN General, what do you call it? No, secure. Oh my gosh, Security Assembly to see what's where to go from here. Now, what I want to know from you guys in the chat is, do you think, and we all know, because these countries have to make sure that Israel complies, and we all know how Israel is. Do you think this is going to change the relationship between the U.S. and Israel? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it is going to have an impact on the relationship, and put a 2 in the chat if you think no, it's going to actually intensify the relationship or at least stay the same. What you think? A 1 for yes, it's gonna make a change, or 2, no, it's gonna stay the same or at least intensify.
We're getting a lot of 2s.
And before I close this out, you know, guys, I want y'all to go crazy in the chat, like really go cuckoo and put free Sudan, free Congo, free Yemen, free Lebanon, free Myanmar, and free Haiti, and most definitely least but never, ever, 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 ever last, free Palestine. All right. That's what I have for this week for now. So after you flooded the chat with all of the frees, all the countries, put the flags up, put the Palestinian flags in there, the Lebanese flags in there, Yemenis flag in there, Haiti, Congo, Sudan, let's go a little bit crazy. That boosts the algorithm as well. And what we want to do is definitely have as many people in here. So when Dr. Liam starts his presentation, make sure to also have pen and paper ready, or open up your notes or whatever you have on your phone to maybe write down some things, especially for those people who love debating. Maybe you can learn a thing or two that you can use. And make sure to share this live with some people. And if you can't share it out this app, like on another app, because you don't have anyone on another app that is indeed on TikTok, copy the link a few times because that counts as well.
That was amazing. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so just before we switch off, we're gonna remind everyone, we're trying to reach 20K likes, so let's tap, tap, tap. Click on the orange heart up above and join the team. Share, like. Okay, so let's flood the chat as we get our introduction to our infamous Professor Liam.
Wait. Before we do that, let me tell people again, for those maybe who just came a little bit later. So Dr. Liam is gonna speak today, and we're all excited to hear all the interesting things that he is going to share with us. But of course, we're gonna have frequent breaks because A, Dr. Liam might need a break, and B, we just wanna make this a little bit more exciting. So we have something very new today. We don't have a singer, we don't have a performer, but we do indeed have something that is definitely a lot of fun, and you can learn something as well from it. So make sure to stick around and enjoy.
Well, thank you, Ness. Hello, everybody, all 130 viewers. Please allow me to introduce our speaker today, Dr. Leah O'Mara, a captivating figure in the world of history and commentary. With a razor sharp wit and charm sarcasm, Dr. Leah proudly wears the badge of snarky history professor and commentator. Dr. O'Mara consistently brings a fresh approach to every discussion. Today, he fearless dive into the complex issue of Palestine and Zionism. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, brace yourself for an enlightening entertainment, thought-provoking insight with Dr. Leah O'Mara. Take it, Doctor.
Woohoo, Professor Liam.
Well, hello. Hey, it's been a while. This is these are always fun. Just so anybody knows, I'm going to take a month or two off after this because I have a ton of things I'm behind on and need some of the more of the weekends. But I do enjoy contributing where I can. Also, because of time constraints, I didn't pull images out from my lectures to make a little slide thing on the screen behind me like I did last time. So you just get me blathering on about things. But there's I think for a lot of the topics we have to do today, it really won't make a huge difference, although it would have been nice on a couple of them. But sorry, time is what it is. But we've got just a few hours here to run through the mandate period. If I had my way, I knew a much longer set that I want to do. We'll see what we can get done here. I want to see if we can get through the 20s, 30s, and 40s if we can. And basically just sketch out what this is like in the last period where, well, Palestine is just Palestine and doesn't have an Israel on it. So we're going to look at the British mandatory period that comes after World War I. So to remind everybody where we were last time, we walked through the First World War. And I just want to remind everyone that Palestine was a battleground during World War I. There was fighting there and resource use and all kinds of other things. More than 50,000 people in Palestine were unalived during the conflict. Something like 40,000 Muslims, about 10,000 Christians, about 1,000 Jews. There's a significant amount of civilian casualties as well as military engagements in Palestine during the war. And there's a lot of economic as well as ecological destruction during the war, which we also tend to forget. I like reminding people about this because there's a fun piece of Zionist propaganda from a while back that Israel was the only country to leave the 20th century with more trees than it had when it started the 20th century. And that is technically true, although they brought in a ton of non-native species to do that. But it's not true by as much as you think. When people are always talking about how you're making the desert bloom, all that kind of stuff, we forget that Palestine historically did have heavily wooded areas, and a lot of stuff was actually cut down during the war because the Ottoman military needed the supplies. Oftentimes they couldn't get things in. They even were chopping down trees just to provide fuel to move trains around. I mean, there was a lot of damage done in Palestine during the conflict. And a lot of what we've seen building up since then, people frequently assume that damaged landscape is how it was before. And it really wasn't. So all that kind of stuff is important. Now, there's a couple things about the British and the Zionist Commission that's first coming in. And really, British control begins to develop in Palestine in 1916, although the mandate doesn't formally begin until about 20 with the League of Nations authorizations. But they're seizing control of sections of it by 1916 and then working their way up through the country. And while they're doing that, we have to keep in mind that they're bringing a lot of European imperial and colonial perspectives. This is the era of high imperialism. So there is a lot of well, Orientalist, racist sort of thinking that's driving a lot of this. And they begin thinking about the country in a couple of distinct ways. First off, we have the Balfour Letter that I mentioned also last time we were talking about Zionism. And this does say that they will want to have a Jewish national home on the land. And when the mandate is produced by the League of Nations, it says you have the right to make this, a new country. And I'll define what I mean by mandates in much more detail in a moment. So, just hold that for a moment. But it doesn't actually talk about a Jewish state. It does talk about a national home, i.e. a safe place for Jews, so Europeans can get rid of them. But it's while it's going to be integrated into the mandate documents itself, it really doesn't present a kind of like, here you can have this whole area, which people have sometimes pretended it does. They consistently do argue that Palestine is an Arab country. They understand that that is the basic character of the land. And it makes sense because Arabic speakers massively outnumber all other languages, Circassian, Armenian, Hebrew that are spoken on the land. Most people speak Levantine Arabic. So they understood this is an Arab country. However, being the typically racist empire that they were, they figured, well, we're going to import some of our bureaucrats from India to help kick this stuff off because, all Orientals are the same. Like, what does it matter? And that's one of the features of high imperialism anyway, is like getting into people's heads, changing the way they think so that they're more useful to you. And they already had a lot of people in South Asia that they could use to work in tons of different colonies. They did the same thing in like East Africa and, in Southeast Asia and other places. But, they're thinking of this very much as a colonial possession at the same time that the mandates are going to require them to try and create an independent country there. And again, I'll come back to what I mean a little bit more about that. But there's one quirk here to it in terms of the structure of it. And that is there's an autonomous Zionist commission that's formed there. And what this is going to do is give the Jewish population to some extent, but much more so the Zionist population. And remember, at this moment, the end of World War I, beginning of the Mandate period, non-Zionist Jews massively outnumber Zionist Jews in Palestine, as they did everywhere in the world. The Zionist idea was not really popular among Jews for a long, long time. And it doesn't really become very significant until you get into like the 60s or so. Like, it takes a long time to really catch on in a lot of the diaspora as well. So it's at this point, the Zionists are a tiny minority, but they are the ones who are going to run the Zionist Commission and by extension have a lot of oversight over the Jewish community, which is slowly going to co-opt the local Jewish community, the old Yishuv, and kind of like fold them into it largely against their will. And you're going to see in the mandate structure, there will be 3 official languages, which is why Israel today still has 3 official languages. So Hebrew, Arabic, and English. English is the colonial language, Arabic because it was the majority language spoken on the ground, but Hebrew, despite the fact that there were only about 25,000 Zionists in the country. So that's a nice bonus, like, hey, we'll make your language one of the official languages of the country, even though there's so few of you. But it does allow them to like fly their own flag from the beginning. So there's a sense of autonomy in the community. And later, you guys have seen those Palestine coins a lot of people like to show in these lives and whatnot. They all say Palestine, and they'll frequently have Palestine in English, Arabic, and in Hebrew, but they'll also have a symbol for Eretz Yisrael, which is what the Zionists were referring to it as. So it gives them, it kind of like, it throws them a bone. It says, hey, you live in Palestine, but you can also call yourself whatever you want. And I like reminding people of that early quirk, even though things are going to get really bad from this point. Like there's a lot of crap we still got to talk about, but that it is possible to live within a country and have multiple identities within it. That's quite common in much of the world. It's certainly common in a lot of European states where, There are multiple identities within it. I mean, you can be French and Breton, you can be French and Gascon, French and, you know, Occitan. Like, it's possible to have multiple identities within a territory. And that, I think, should be a long-term ambition here, to create a single democratic Palestine. But hey, if somebody wants to think that they're, you know, like to remember like their Jewish connection to the land, cool, that's fine, as long as it's not politically oppressing anybody else. There are interesting quirks in the mandate structure that I'll have to deal with here that have the British frequently playing both sides, because there's a lot of conflicts within their own understanding of it. On the one hand, the British government, again, views this as an Arab country. The goal is to create an independent Palestine. And yet, there are a ton of Christian Zionists that are involved and pushing this stuff along, and they're trying to help the Zionist community to gain more and more power and precedence within the mandate. And that'll end up being very problematic in the long run. So there's a bit of like, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's a little schizophrenic in a sense. It's doing multiple things at once. So keep that in mind. People often take a very reductive view of the British imperial period and think that they solely favored one side versus the other. And that's not really the case. There are a lot of places where they definitely helped the Zionist movement, and other places where they really got in their way, because it wasn't ultimately in their interests to give it solely to a small Jewish community. But that's ultimately what's going to happen. And we'll try to sketch out today. That'll be one of the main goals of today, is to show why and how that happens. How does it go along that way? Why does it turn out that way? So let's start by, everybody cool so far? We'll start by like noting what the mandates are, like what the point of them is. So yeah, anyway, if there's thoughts, questions, anything like that, just throw them in the chat or whatever, and people can throw them to me or whatever. But the after World War I, they created an international body called the League of Nations. And the League of Nations is sort of like a proto-UN, although even more toothless than the UN is. So people who think that the UN can't do a whole hell of a lot, which realistically it can't. You know, the UN Charter was supposed to have a provision that would give it direct military control to enforce things, because technically the UN Charter is supposed to make war illegal unless the Security Council authorizes it, and the Security Council should have the ability to stop conflicts. But no one wanted to ratify that part, so it got tossed. So, you know, today, like, the UN really has no real ability to enforce most of what it wants to do, but it has some. It can, you know, pass binding economic sanctions, things like that, but it's a lot harder. But the League of Nations can do nothing but wag the finger. Naughty, naughty, you shouldn't do that. That's about all they can do. So think about when the Japanese started expanding their imperial control in the North Pacific, and they start taking over you know, islands and territories and whatnot. The League of Nations like, you shouldn't do that, and the Japanese were like, fuck you, we're out, and they left. And that was that. There was nothing anybody could do about it. Like, it wasn't really useful in a lot of ways. But it starts a process of building international institutions. And one of its ideas is to take territories that were formerly part of large empires and allow people to create distinct countries within those that would then join the League of Nations and be part of the international community and everything else. There are several basic problems with the mandates. The first is ideological. So I want to deal with that first. It's got a lot of racist, paternalistic sort of attitudes. It sort of assumes there's no way you can possibly manage your own affairs. We have to do it for you. Think about Faisal, the son of like the Hussein of Mecca, who went to Versailles and say, hey, can we like have, you know, an independent Arab state, please? And they said, no, we don't think that you can do it. Like, okay. So he went back to like Damascus, and they formed a government and wrote a constitution and started running things. So France conquered the area by force and toppled that government so they could teach people how to have a government. It has this very like paternalistic kind of racist colonial aspect of it. Theoretically, it's about creating independent countries, but de facto, it's fine with folding them into a broader European imperial framework. So it's kind of like duplicitous is, I guess, the most polite way I can put that. Oh, someone asked where cats are. Socrates is there on top of the stereo, and Minerva is here on top of a cat tree, and Emaosa, my little kitten, is turboing around doing what kittens do. So they'll be around. But two of them are hanging out, but they're middle-aged, so they're just hanging out. Now, the other thing that's problematic about the mandates is that the actual people on the ground are very little involved in this. They're not really, their views frequently aren't considered, and the borders for things are just nutty. I mean, you get a lot of countries that just don't make any bloody sense at all, like Iraq and Jordan and Lebanon, that are just carved out of areas sort of arbitrarily, and you pay no attention whatsoever to the demography, the history, the physical geography. Like, they're just like someone took a Sharpie and went on a map and created like a country and said, cool, deal with it. And there is a degree of deliberateness, even though it seems kind of arbitrary, because you're frequently linking together peoples that do have wildly different histories, and they were not completely ignorant of this. They were putting together peoples that probably wouldn't get along well within the context of a European nation state, and then they walked in and said, hi, I know you've always been part of big empires, but now we're going to create a nation state here, despite the fact that you don't have the basis for a uniform national identity. So a lot of these countries that we look at today that have really struggled to establish functional identities and shared institutions and everything else. Look at how complicated a lot of the situation has been for Iraq in the last century, if anybody knows any of that stuff. And wow, there's some awful stuff you can get into there. Like I didn't get to run very often because people didn't like it, but I once did like a whole semester course on the development of modern Iraq, and it's just. It really struggled to establish a lot of stuff here. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the different regions of it historically are all pointing in different directions and more related to different peoples outside of the country. And they're all just like kind of squished in together and like, cool, you're now Iraqis, figure this shit out. And that's kind of what's going to happen with Palestine. Now, in one way, it's been successful. And that's one thing that we can see as a nice benefit to all of this movement and what we're talking about here, in that there is now a kind of uniform Palestinian identity, but I don't know if people appreciate the extent to which what we think of when we say Palestine is actually due to the British. It's due to the British and French when they carved out these borders and made this stuff, because it's sort of like a continuum culturally and historically throughout a larger area. The southern part of Palestine honestly often had more in common with a lot of the North Arabian tribes. The central and northern part has more in common with southern Lebanon and the coast region there. But now you've got a separation that cuts Lebanon off as a completely distinct identity, and now you've got French versus English as the colonial languages, and no one really sees that. But there's no natural geographic barrier between them, and historically there's no natural cultural barrier between northern Palestine and southern Lebanon. And you're just like kind of creating, boom, here's this thing. But now it's a shape, and now we all kind of like connect to it. And it's a thing. So all of the mandates are largely artificial and imposed on the world, and they create a new reality out of that imposition. But yeah, Palestine makes more sense than Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq too, for sure. It is definitely more homogenous than a lot of them were, although it does still have a lot of its own kind of internal diversity. And I think some of that we've talked a little bit about in earlier ones here. But the other thing that's going to be relevant here, then I'll leave off in terms of this early concept of like the whole mandate structure here, is just how complicated this is for the identity of people on the ground. And it's useful to remember when you run into people who are going to like, who was Palestine's king or whatever, and they're like looking for some long history as an independent entity. Well, again, that's not true in most of the world. For most of human history, either there were no real nation state structures at all, or even large empires, or there were large empires that kind of dominate areas. So it's just like local rule, or it's a big empire. The modern nation state is an invention only of the late 18th century. And it only starts spreading from the early 19th century. And imposing it on the world creates a lot of challenges in different places. And it's no different in Europe, Asia, Latin America than it is here. So people making arguments about Palestinian history and identity, it's just politically motivated racism. It's bullshit. But there is a real question of identity for people on the ground. What are we? And there's I won't get as much into this because we want to really focus much more on Palestine, but there, even on the whole question of like what does it mean to be Arab at the time was an interesting question, because a lot of people, especially urban elites in Palestine as elsewhere, didn't really want to use the term. They knew they spoke Arabic, but they didn't think of themselves as Arabs. They tended to use that term much more for the Bedouin at the time. It has to be sort of resurrected as a form of identity for people overall in order to start creating their own competing national movements. But from there, what do you do? Do you focus on the fact that people all speak forms of Arabic, or do you focus on local regional characteristics in order to build your own identities? And there was a huge conflict all across the 20th century between those. But they're losing the kind of Ottomanist identity that you could have leaned on before, like an imperial identity. That's gone. You no longer have that kind of political identity to lean on. Instead, you got to figure out something new. And they're kind of forced to do that. And there's a lot of challenges in figuring that out. So it's not surprising that it's confusing and that people took different views for a long, long time. But eventually, a kind of Palestinian national identity is going to gel out of that and become the majority opinion for most people in there. But it's much more dynamic early in the 20th century, because they're accustomed to being part of large Islamic empires, not thinking of themselves as separate states with separate national identities. I think in some previous ones I've defined the difference between nations and states, but hopefully you guys remember, but whatever. Yeah, never want to go into it now. So there's a little introduction on creating the mandates. So we want to talk a little bit about the next wave of settlement and how that affects things, and the first stages of that under the mandate. But I'm going to pause for a second and take a sip of water and see if anyone had any thought that I need to address quickly. If not, I'll go on.
Nothing came in through the chat.
Cool.
So while you drink in peace, I'm just going to remind everyone to keep tapping, liking, spreading the word, because this is an exciting live, loving the information.
Okay. Alrighty, so sufficiently refreshed. The third, when Zionist historians go back, they divide like periods of migration. I mentioned that in a previous one. So we've talked about the first two aliyot already. The third aliyah is roughly 1919 to 1923. So it's the very first stage of this mandate. Some of it beginning before the mandate is formally established, and then the first few years of that. And one thing that's distinct about this period that deserves a little bit of attention is that while it is still mostly Eastern European Jews and frequently socialists, oftentimes atheist socialists, communists, whatnot, that are moving, not exclusively, but a lot of them that are coming in at the time, it is being directed to a much greater degree by the institutions that are being formed in Central and Western Europe. Things we talked about last time too, the World Zionist Organization and things like that, Jewish Colonization Society, like all these different international organizations that are trying to help facilitate this, raise money, help people move. So bigger chunks of people can come than before. So if you think about in the much longer period of the first Aliyah, a total of 25,000 people moved, many of whom struggled to make a living there and actually left. So at least half of the population that arrived in that first Aliyah, they didn't stay. Because it was very difficult to establish themselves there. By the time you get here to this third aliyah, about 40,000 Jews come in just these few years. So a much shorter period, much larger number, and they stay. And because they're coming in larger numbers, they're a bit more culturally uniform themselves, which presents certain conflicts for the local population, who sees we now have an outside imperial power from Europe that has conquered our territory. And a whole bunch of immigrants are coming in who don't want to speak our language, or integrate in with us. And people are going to get angry. So when we talk about Palestinian resistance, there's been small scattered bits of it, all along. But the first really significant outburst of that is here in the Mandate period, I like pointing to things like the May Day riots in 1921. So for anybody who doesn't know what May Day is, because especially for my American peeps who somehow have no idea what the fuck May Day is, even though it's named for an event that happened in the United States. It's an international day of labor solidarity, for like unions and union activism against like the bosses and the state and whatnot in order to get a better life for people. And it comes out of a major labor disturbance in the U.S. And I'm deliberately not going to mention it because I don't want to like go off on a tangent because I love talking about that stuff. But it's named in solidarity with what happened to American workers, and yet Americans are the only major country that pays no attention to it at all. It's not a holiday here, which is weird, but it's definitely a holiday for socialists. So on the 1st of May, you've got a May Day parade, and a bunch of these like Eastern European socialists are like marching through Jerusalem, waving their red flags and doing their commie stuff. And a lot of people are like, what the fuck is this? What's going on here? Who are these people? And it somebody pushed somebody else, and it kind of escalated into a riot. Fights broke out, and once you get a few people fighting, you guys know how crowd logic works. It turns into a big brawl, and by the end of it, 62 Palestinian Arabs and 90 Jews had been unalived, and hundreds had been wounded. It was quite a significant, scuffle. It's a lot of people lost their lives in this. And this gets people thinking from the start, what is going on here? What can we do about this? But it's interesting that this early on, the British government thinks that they can just still sweep it under the rug, carry on, and not really worry about it yet. Because they still don't know the kind of numbers they're dealing with. And remember, the British are thinking of this largely as a way of getting a loyal population on the ground. I think I mentioned that when I talked about the Balfour letter. The goal here is to plant a small number of Europeans into what is expected to be a new colony that will help them to govern it and manage it and keep it in the empire. They're not thinking about creating a separate Jewish state that would kick other people out. They're thinking about essentially using and manipulating the European Jews for their own imperial purposes. So they still think they can get away with that. This violent event should have been a huge warning sign, but they didn't get it yet. They will later. In the period, I want to point to some developing factions that are going to expand all throughout the 1920s, but become really important here from the time of the Third Aliyah. There are the main one, the largest, will be what we could eventually call like the labor movement. A lot of these groups had different names at different times. So like the right-wing factions went through several different party names. The leftists went through several party names. So I usually try to like simplify it. But if I use the term Mapai, that also means labor. It's an earlier form of it. But those are the only two I'm going to use for these two to avoid some confusion. But Mapai is basically a way of trying to skirt the line between a Jewish nationalist movement and leftist politics and economics, which realistically is difficult. If it was solely the populist rhetoric, then you'd be talking already about fascism, but we're not. We actually are talking about distinctly left-wing economics, but paired with nationalism. So it's a weird kind of Frankenstein's monster trying to squish these together. And ultimately, it's going to tear itself apart in some ways just before the creation of the state, because a lot of the actual real left-wing elements thought that the increasing ethno-national arguments made within Mapai were really toxic. But early on, it's downplayed a lot. It's not as much ethno-nationalist. It's much more it has an element of like the cultural Zionist. We're going to speak Hebrew and be good Hebrews living on the land, and we're also going to be good commies and do all that stuff and have our kibbutzim and moshavot and live on the land and work together, all that kind of crap. They did a lot of that early on. But it will gradually, across the 20s, 30s, and into the 40s, get more and more ethno-nationalistic, and Ben Gurion will play a big part in that. The so-called founding father of Israel and its first prime minister. He's later he becomes a leader of Mapai, and he will actually be the one that engineers its shift more and more toward nationalism. And that'll end up being very problematic for us in the long run. But we got to remember, at least there is an interesting kind of mix here. And there's a lot of actual literal communists who are not interested in creating a distinctly Jewish state, but actually are working with Palestinians and putting them in the labor unions with them. And we're all fighting for better wages against the bosses, and all that kind of stuff is all there at the time on the ground. It's a much more complex and variable environment, but the left is a significant part of it. And to some degree, especially economically, that stays the case in Israel for a long time. By 1927, 3/4 of the Jewish labor force was already enrolled in some kind of labor union, all connected into a larger, like the Histadrut, a kind of like union of unions, like a labor confederation. And that stayed the case. And for a long time, Palestinians were also welcome in those unions, although that will later break down by the time you get into the later 30s. But it stays significant, at least for Israelis, all the way until the 1980s, when we get into the neoliberal economic turn. As of about 1983, 85% of workers in Israel were in some way connected to a labor union. It's been falling since then, just as it is throughout the developed world, because, again, neoliberalism, but don't get me on a rant on that because we'll be here for hours. But again, labor is the dominant faction, so keep that in mind. I mentioned the words. I'll define. A kibbutz is a socialist community with, like, collective industries, collective farms. So many of them are agricultural, especially early on, but not necessarily. They could do industries and manufacture as well. But they're entirely collective. You join the community. You're assigned work there. No one owns the land or the businesses or whatever. All the resources are shared. The moshav are sort of hybrids. They have some elements of private property within them, partial private ownership, but also collective ownership of the main industry or farm. So they share things. So kibbutzim and moshavot are two kind of socialist elements. Like, one is explicitly like completely socialist, and the other is kind of like mixed. But they are actually a significant part of the reason for the Zionist economy growing so fast and the early Israeli economy growing so fast, which is one of the interesting things about them being, by this point, almost completely dismantled. Today, you can go and like be a tourist, like American Jews get attracted to go live on a kibbutz like in the old days, and it's just all kitsch, and it's like fucking Disneyland or something. It's not the way they used to work, but they were a significant thing economically throughout the area, and they were scattered all over mandatory Palestine, wherever Zionists were settling. They would create these new kibbutzim and moshavot. So that's, again, the labor vision. I want to, at this point early on in the day, I want to introduce also the far right, even though it's actually very small at this point, because it's going to grow in significance steadily over decades. And I think you guys have seen what a distinctly far right administration will do in this country. And people like Netanyahu are direct ideological heirs of Jabotinsky and the revisionists. So Jabotinsky, like Ben Gurion, migrated into Palestine during the second Aliyah, so relatively early on, so a little bit before this period. And they're significant figures in building this stuff up. But there's a history that Jabotinsky already has a bit in Eastern Europe, and will maintain some connections there to, like the Betar organizations. They were kind of they're sort of proto-fascist in a way, like para-fascist. They have like their matching little uniforms, and they march and they rally, and they're kind of like preemptive anti-Semites. They would go and beat up anti-Semites. So it's kind of like teaching, Jews fight back, or kind of like, this militant aspect of it. And so he's got that element to begin with, and he's always going to be much more sympathetic to right-wing forms of thinking. He's not attracted to the socialist aspects, and that eventually there's a split. It's very, very tense throughout the time that Jabotinsky is involved, and it's really around the time that I think it's in the same year he dies. I think it's in 35. They eventually split and create a separate organization from the WZO and create like the revisionist Zionist organization, just to organize themselves, because they got really tired of hanging out with commies. But the ideology that's developing through revisionist Zionism from the 1920s under Jabotinsky is going to be really important for us in the long run here. And you can kind of see that in a pair of essays that he pens in the early 1920s, first in 1923, called The Iron Wall. And by wall, you might think like the apartheid fence that they built in the West Bank or whatever. It's not that kind of wall. It's I think someone just called me a rabbi. That's fun. It's not a physical wall he's talking about. He's talking about the fact that Palestinians are never actually going to accept total Jewish control. They just won't. And he recognizes this in a way that labor refuses to do. The labor movement consistently lies to itself for decades. Now, on some level, they know this shit, but there's an ideological conflict with them because, again, they want to try and be leftists. And nationalism conflicts with that. So there's a kind of internal schizophrenia in the labor movement that makes it very difficult to recognize that Palestinians will not accept them there if they're in control of something, because the labor movement would think, well, we're just going to improve everyone's standard of living. They're going to have better jobs and, blah, 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 infrastructure and everything else. And it'll be a sparkly modern country and they'll love it. And they'll totally accept Jewish domination because they'll make more money. And that doesn't really work. People are not really, it's like it almost reminds me of, I had somebody actually do this recently on a Facebook comment, and I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? It's 2024. But there's still idiots out there thinking that that slaves in the American South had it good and that the end of slavery was a disaster for them because at least they had like room and board, all their meals taken care of and, steady work and blah, blah, blah. And it was fine for them. And then they were just thrown out into the world to make their own way. And they're like, what the fuck kind of paternalistic racist shit is this? But that's the same basic idea that we're dealing with here with the way labor thought about things. They thought that the Palestinians would accept being second-class citizens just because their economic situation would be a little better. And people don't like being oppressed. So, yeah. It's interesting that the far right from the start is a lot more honest about this stuff. I've always kind of marveled at that, because as vicious and evil as a lot of their ideas are, they're at least willing to recognize that there are Palestinians and, they are a real people. So if you guys will indulge me for a moment, I want to read a short excerpt that I pull out and I use in classes here. This is from the first Iron Wall essay in 1923. Okay, so leave this out. I may try to somehow add a little emphasis along the way, just to accentuate certain points, but I'm just going to read what he's saying here and then talk about it afterwards. So jumping in. Settlement can thus develop under the protection of a force that is not dependent on the local population behind an iron wall, which they will be powerless to break down. A voluntary agreement is just not possible. As long as the Arabs preserve a gleam of hope that they will succeed in getting rid of us, nothing in the world can cause them to relinquish this hope, precisely because they are not a rebel, but a living people. And a living people will be ready to yield on such fateful issues only when they give up all hope of getting rid of alien settlers. Only then will extremist groups with their slogan, "No, never," lose their influence, and only then their influence be transferred to more moderate groups. And only then will the moderates offer suggestions for compromise. Then only will they begin bargaining with us on practical matters, such as guarantees against pushing them out and equality of civil and national rights. So I hope you can see just from the short excerpt here that, again, you're recognizing it's a settler colonialism. They are alien settlers. They know that. And it's interesting the degree to which, despite writing from the far right, what Jabotinsky is actually saying here fits what labor governments did in the first 30 years of the Israeli state. They tried to crush all opposition, smash everything down in order to bring out the few elements that would finally say, like, okay, fine, we give up, give us something. Like, you know, once you crush all of their hope, then you can offer them a little autonomy in the state. But that's it. Only when they accept that the Zionist entity is going to be the ruling power. While the labor movement lied to itself about this stuff consistently, Jabotinsky is quite blunt about saying, no, this is what we got to do. We got to keep the boot on the neck until they give up, and then we can throw them some crumbs from the table. Keep that in mind, because that fits the discussions now. You want to look at the relationship between, say, the PLO versus our H group, right? You've got the moderates who are willing to accept compromise and work with and totally tolerate the their subordinate status and lack of real sovereignty. And then you have the ones that are still saying no, never. And those are the ones you have to keep crushing at all costs. This here is literally more than a century ago this was written. And this shit is our reality. We should have been paying better attention to this a long time ago. So rant over. Let's move on from there. But hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Even though, again, at this point, the far right is a much smaller faction, it will become much more important, and a lot of its ideology actually overlaps significantly with what all factions in future Israel will do, all the way in the present. Okay, so speaking of like Arabs there, because of the economic changes that I talked about last time with the second Aliyah and the rise of that parallel societies, the parallel economies, the Palestinians are increasingly getting screwed out of things. People are showing up and saying, hi, I bought your land, get the fuck out. Instead of like working with the people that were there. And this means that what you had was a bunch of like relatively small towns that are suddenly becoming big cities because tons of the fellahin are moving into them because they've got nowhere else to go. And because there's not much money and it's a bunch of poor people moving in, the economy isn't growing fast. And because, again, separate Jewish and Palestinian economies at the time, they're really struggling to survive here. So it's increasingly a Jewish-dominated economy, and Palestinians are getting poorer. And attempts to organize politically are going to run into a lot of barriers. I'll hit that point several times today, because the oh gosh, I just noticed it's noon. Oh man, earlier times I forgot. I every day at noon I post like a song from some band around the world or whatever, but I forgot to do it before I started this thing. Oh well, today I'll be late. It'll be like a dinner listen instead of a lunchtime listen. Anyway, so the problem here of organizing politically is going to stick around for a while. So I'll come back to it a few times today, but it relates back to something we dealt with in the first couple of times we looked at this, the traditional political structures on the ground in Palestine. Most people are going to stay loyal to those family networks, to the notables. So we talked about in our first one a month or so back. Instead of actually adopting the European-style political organization that the Zionists are bringing in. It takes a while for that to really work for people, and that's going to put them at a profound disadvantage. Okay, here's one place where, okay, time-wise, I want to jump ahead a moment and point to another point of conflict, another moment of conflict in the 1920s that's sort of significant. Oh, yeah, there was some coughing. Yeah. Actually, all three cats are here now. This is neat. Socrates is on the stereo. Emma Rosa is on the little bed there, and Minerva is on the cat tree. I'm surrounded by cats. You'd almost think I was a crazy cat lady. I want to address an event in 1928, and this is where it would be nice if I had a picture I could show, because if anybody who saw, I did a video on this at an anniversary a while back about the destruction of the Mughrabi quarter in Jerusalem. It still exists at this time. There's an entire neighborhood in front of the Western Wall. So there's a corridor, like it's I don't know, maybe like maybe 5 meters or so wide. And so the wall is definitely accessible, but if a lot of people pray, it's going to be a problem. but people are using it all the time. And when small numbers of Jews are there and they're davening at the wall, no big deal. Like it's not a big, you can still get by because it's wide enough. You can get to work, but the numbers are going to go up here. And as the numbers keep going up, the Zionists actually encourage more and more work on this, and they start trying to help more people to do it. So they're bringing in lecterns and chairs, and they're setting up little barricades and whatnot to make it easier for more Jews to cluster at the wall. But still, it's going to be Orthodox Jews praying at it, mostly not Zionists, but there's more and more people there. And it's getting harder and harder to get home or to work because this is a pedestrian street. Again, no cars around the time, but you're trying to walk from place to place, and suddenly there's like a few hundred people completely blocking it. It's like there's a parade every frickin' day. And that ratchets up tensions steadily. And what that finally does is it explodes, by August of 1929. So all through 1928, they're pushing more and more here. They're exploiting the British police to help them to set up more barricades and block areas off, and they're ignoring people's complaints about it. And Arabs are arguing, and they're trying to bring the British police in, and they're saying, hey, this is fucked up. Why can't we get to work? Why can't we get home? And in August of 1929, this sort of like explodes, and a bunch of Palestinians charge at it, and they knock stuff over, and they start tearing the little slips of paper that people stuff into the wall with their prayers. They start pulling those out and burning them. They're angry, but that anger built up over many, many months of provocations. So people often, when they're talking about issues like this, they focus on one or the other. Zionists will say, oh, look, Palestinians just attacked a bunch of praying Jews. They're anti-Semites just like Europeans. They're terrible people, right? And Palestinians will often, leave out the violent attack and only talk about the inconveniences and whatnot. There's a lot of provocations that do lead to outbursts, and realistically, we shouldn't take away people's right to fight back about things like this. It makes sense. It's like basic cause and effect. If you don't address a growing problem, then shit's going to go down. If anybody ever read like MLK's description of like why riots happen in the U.S., you would kind of understand this. It's disgusting that so many American politicians love like saying, "Oh, he was such a great man" on MLK Day, and they just completely ignore everything he ever argued. But they're not paying attention to why this stuff is. I mean, the riot is the language of the oppressed and the unheard. So it does turn into a week-long bit of bloodshed, and sadly, a lot of the Jews who are unalived in it. There's 133 Jews. They're always so close. It's funny. It's easier. So 133, and I think about 166 Palestinian Arabs. But most of those Jews weren't Zionists. They were just, davening Orthodox Jews at the wall doing their thing, and they got caught up in this because people had, the Zionists had consciously provoked this, and they use it afterwards. That's one of the things that's interesting about this, because there's a lot of effort from the start to try and cultivate world opinion, to dissuade the diaspora to get more Jews to become Zionists, because again, most of them thought it was a terrible idea early on, and fought it for a long time. Hey, Socrates, you okay? Oh, poor buddy. So there's they end up using this afterwards in the media internationally, and they spin it to say, look, the dastardly Palestinians are just, they're unaliving poor innocent Jews who were just praying. And that kind of stuff does help to get more Jews outside to relate more to the Zionist issue. It helps people to set aside the injustice to Palestinians and think that Palestinians are going to be just like Europeans, and Jews are just going to have to take some land at some point. So when people run into a lot of the really slanted views now that you get back and forth, people debating this shit, that's been going on for 100 years now. It's not new. But either way, again, if anyone wants to see a little bit of what this looks like too, just go back and look on on my YouTube and I think in the TikTok. I think it wasn't that long ago. Yeah. So there's a little video I did on the destruction of the Mughrabi Quarter, and it'll give you some context for that. Hey, buddy. Hey, get in there. Hi.
I think this would be a good moment to take a little break for questions.
Yeah, cool. and then we'll hit some of the context of it, because there is a response by the British to this, but this is definitely a good breaking moment for you to take a drink. Hi.
Yeah, I thought so too,
Sort of in the
especially
way.
because I feel like, especially because you touched on the ongoing propaganda, and I feel like this is what a lot of people are especially facing on this TikTok while listening to Zionists or debating them.
Yeah, for sure.
So anyone, questions, anything? Put them in the chat, come up, anything.
And as a thought too, just understand I'm always sympathetic to the narratives that come from the more oppressed populations, but it's something I try to caution people. If we want to argue against Zionist lies, it makes sense for us not to lie. If we are clear on everything and we stick only to the facts, it's a lot harder for people who aren't already on one side or the other to fall for this shit. You're not going to convince a lot of hardcore Zionists with laying out the facts. That's not how this works. So don't worry about that. But our being clear about our positions, our not falling for propaganda and lies, makes it a lot easier to mobilize the vast majority of people who know nothing about this shit.
Yeah.
So
let me ask you something here.
Yeah.
What would be your idea? I mean, you obviously you studied this, you teach this, you basically you live and breathe this. So what would be your combat for the propaganda, for the Zionist propaganda? And I'm not talking here on TikTok, I'm talking generally when you look at media, when you look at, you know, everything that we're all subjected to these days.
I'm not sure I understand the question. You don't mean it as a response to them, do you?
No, I mean, like, how would you set the record straight, basically? Like, what would we need to do? Because you said it's been going on for 100 years,
Yeah.
right? And this is a very long time, so it's over generations and generations, and that's why it was able to manifest. But my question is, how do we change the narrative in the most effective way, in your opinion?
There's a lot of pieces to this, but a few quick points I'll make is first off, don't waste your time debating the Zionists themselves. Focus on other people.
Yes.
But
Agreed.
But bringing the message out to be, honestly, most people have never really had a reason to care, and most people just don't know anything about it, which means they'll go along with whatever the media says or the president says or whatever, like it, or their friends have told them. People don't have time to read things. People don't have time to go and study any topic in depth. They're just going to, like, okay, fine, whatever, and completely ignore it and have no opinion at all, or they're going to take whatever they thought they heard from something trusted. So the key there, I think, is twofold. One is to help people to relate to it in a way, and I think analogies are really, really useful there. So if you know somebody personally, you know something they know about. So say you've got somebody who knows something about the Irish War of Independence, make a parallel there. You know something about Native American oppression and reservations, make a parallel there. You can use analogies to help people understand the basic moral dimensions and the principles behind it. And then as long as you are sticking to the facts only, you're not getting into a lot of like hyperbolic rhetoric or propaganda yourself, people will see that. And people, I think, respond to somebody who's just like, yeah, this is just what is, man. But when you're yelling and screaming at them, it's easy to tune people out, especially if you're trying to bring in people who aren't already political. If we want to like get out there and do our tub thumping or stuff, that's for people who are already super political and they're into it and they're like, yeah, and they're going to get into that. But people who just don't have time for this stuff here, that isn't going to bring them in. What will bring them in is something that makes it real to them, makes it relatable. So find something that they understand. Mexican American oppression, you know, like the yellow peril in the U.S., any kind of racist issues, you know, the civil rights struggles, apartheid in South Africa, find something they know about and make a connection between them so they understand the principle and moral, and then lay out some of the facts. And I think people will be receptive. I've run into people over and over like that have never considered this and like, oh shit, yeah, I've never thought about that. Huh. And then you've started the process. You've put them on the path to them figuring this stuff out.
I agree with you. I think the same. It was just interesting for me. So when you teach, right? You're a professor at a university, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when you teach, what is the usual and typical feedback? And I'm not talking about your teaching skills. I'm talking about the content of what you teach.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've had in my Israel-Palestine course over almost 15 years of that one. A huge number of the students taking it are actually American Jews, and I've gotten pushback from one in all those years. There was only one Zionist student who ever objected to stuff. A lot of it just depends on how you do it. And even that student wasn't willing to do it in class. He just like tried to file a complaint about it after the course was over, but he's the only one. It's not a common issue. If you approach things in what seems to people like a fair and balanced way, and I do that. I talk a lot of shit about things Zionists do in that class, but I also point out mistakes Palestinians made, and I show them how it all worked together. And at the end of that, they understand that I'm not coming at that with an axe to grind, and they can just look at it and just say, you know what, one side is clearly more wrong. We got to fix this somehow. So it's I think a lot really depends on how you do it. But yeah, I've had Muslim students, Jewish students, Christian evangelical students, all kinds of people coming in there, liberals, conservatives. I had a former student who kept in touch with me who was actually, and this is going back to like the first term, but she was a Trumpist, up to the point of like wearing a MAGA hat, in class, like really into this stuff. And she had no problem with anything I was saying. Like she was able just to accept it and learn and move with it, despite coming from, again, a very conservative position overall. So I don't think that there shouldn't be the kind of natural barriers we assume to understanding. You're not going to like immediately, if somebody's Christian or Jewish, they can't hear you. If somebody's conservative, they can't hear you. No, that's not true. It depends a lot on how you do it.
I see. That is very true. It's always in the method. Guys, if you have any questions.
Yes, I have a question for a comment that he just made. I see someone in the comment asked, "What year are we? Are we in? Are we on?" When you were talking about the labor law, someone asked, "What year were you on?"
There's a lot of sound. I'm not sure I understood. Like,
but in the timeline of history, when you talk about the labor law, what year were you on? Like, explain it when that happened.
So the labor law, what year was it?
Oh, what was it? Okay.
You're
saying labor law. So I'm talking about the beginning of the labor movement.
Yeah.
So like the
what year was that?
Well, the origins of it are a little bit earlier, but it's really coming together in this period under the mandate. It's fleshing itself out. So it's all the 1920s. So I've been looking at like the all across the 1920s so far.
Okay, thank you.
We're only there. So for like Mapai and whatnot, and for the revisionists, go all the way back to the late teens and early 20s is the start of that, and then they're building across the 1920s.
Perfect. And my personal question is, you mentioned that you also point out the mistake the Palestinians made. Can you name one of those mistakes that you think that they made?
Well, I've already pointed to one here, and it's not like a mistake per se, but it is a difficulty in adapting. The political structures that they used didn't work. They couldn't speak. It's like you're speaking a different language. So the British can talk very easily to the Zionists because the Zionists already talk their political language. They understand political parties and factions and everything else. They know how to play the game. And the Palestinians can't organize themselves in the same way. They're trying to maintain the same basic political structures they had under the Ottomans. And that it didn't work. It was like they're talking past each other. So there's a lot of places like that just it gets difficult to advance their own interests.
Yeah, but don't you think this is due to what they had available to them at that moment?
Of course.
I mean, it was a overwhelming situation to have the British come in and all of a sudden, like after they wanted to, depart from.
I understand the reasons for them, but they still are issues. And there were actually a lot of Palestinians who were well educated. There were university educated Palestinians at the time, and they did try to organize people. There were Palestinians who were in contact with Europeans and actually in contact with Zionists. There were Palestinians who exchanged letters with Herzl, for crying out loud. There were a lot of Palestinians who were aware, but they struggled to organize and build effective institutions that could bring in more people and get that message across to others. So it was a very tiny minority that was trying, and a lot of them were trying different things, so they couldn't agree with each other. So instead of creating a united front out of that small educated core that could then could unify and mobilize the masses, you had a whole bunch of elites heading off in different directions doing their own things, and most of the majority of the population are like, what, like not sure what to do at all. So it is largely, yes, the circumstances that create it, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't have done better than they did. That's all I'm trying to acknowledge there. There's tons of other things along the way. There's all kinds of interesting strategic issues. Honestly, some of the uses of violence or resistance are easily justifiable. Others are definitely not, and were massively counterproductive. There's all kinds of places along the way where they've really done things that directly shoot themselves in the foot, or like the PA, the whole idea of signing the Oslo agreements. That was a massive fucking blunder. We won't get to that today, of course, it's way beyond, but there's tons of places where Palestinians shoot themselves in the foot, and it's usually not the places that people on the outside say. You know, people on the outside are like, oh yeah, matter of fact, you've taken the whole deal, like, and they're like, no, there were terrible deals. There's terrible deals all along, but they did, like, hey, he's here already.
Maybe this could be a different session when you come back, but I would like to go to what you just said. You said there were Palestinians in letter exchange with Herzl and the Zionists. Do you have a source for that? And can you tell us what the through and through connection was, like, in terms of what was the content of this letters?
Oh, okay. So, there, in the scholarship, the people who've done the most good work on that, look up Rashid Khaldi, his book Palestinian Identity, and then there's also references to it in 100-Year War on Palestine, where he talks about some of the people who actually are doing exactly that, and trying to build up institutions and whatnot. There's a few other scholars that do that, but I think that honestly, Palestinian Identity as a book is it's a classic, and it should be the starting. If you want to know something about the intellectual culture, again, he's coming very much from the perspective like the literate elite. If you want to know what they were doing at the time, he lays a lot of that stuff out really well.
Great. So there you have it, guys. Any more questions? Anyone in the chat? Maria, Ella, Mike, anyone?
Now, I just want to remind people to join the team, like the live, share the live. Please vote. The current question is, how awesome is Professor Liam? And the options are very, extremely, addictive. So far, we're at a tie between extremely and addictive. So, Professor Liam.
Can we figure out the percentage of females?
Jesus. You're going to get me in trouble there.
Right? So,
this is for entertainment purposes only. For entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. Purely for entertainment purposes. Don't get me in trouble.
And my next question is, Professor, let us know. We have a couple of games, entertaining games, to play with our viewers.
And with you?
Yes, and yourself. So let us know. We've got 2 segments. I think we'll just split it in 2 instead of doing 1 session, which gives you also a break from talking.
We can. This is tough because I really enjoy all those too, but honestly, it doesn't matter a huge amount. Later today, I do have to run down the hill and do something. My parents are quite old and can't do things for themselves anymore, so I go down and I do work for them. And she just had something delivered, and she needs it brought into the house and assembled and all that. So it's just sitting outside until I get there. So I don't want to be like super late. But
the games are like maybe 5 minutes.
Okay,
long.
cool. Yeah. Short breaks. Cool. Yeah,
Even.
that's all good. Yeah. I just we've done some of these that have gone like 7-8 hours. I'd really like to keep it closer to 4. So
okay. So we're doing it closer to 4.
Yeah.
How about we do the first intervention or the first section now? So the game is 2 truths and a lie.
About Palestine.
Exactly. So,
All right.
Ness, do you want to?
Let me start with my first question. So the first question is very simple, y'all. So if you guys don't get it, I don't know. And Dr. Liam, get involved and get engaged.
Okay, I don't
Okay.
I don't think I know the game.
So I'm gonna
Okay,
say
let me
three-
explain it real quick. So we're going to give 3 statements.
Mhm.
2 are true. 1 is incorrect. The one that you think is incorrect, please type it in the comment.
Okay.
So Ness will be like 1 and she'll make a statement. 2, she'll make another statement. 3, she'll make another statement. So choose between the 1, 2, and 3 that you suspect is incorrect or know it to be incorrect.
Okay.
Ness, take it away.
Okay, so chat get involved, and Dr. Liam, you tell us after the chat voted. You tell us your number. So the first one is very simple, guys. Purposely. So over 140 countries recognized Palestine as a country. Number 2, Hebrew is the official language of Palestine. Number 3, Jerusalem Quds holds about 941,000 citizens. I'll say it again for the people. Number 1, over 140 countries recognize Palestine as a country. Number 2, Hebrew is the official language of Palestine. And number 3, Jerusalem Quds has 941,000 citizens.
At what period for the official language one?
We're talking now.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
All right. So, what do you think, Dr. Liam? What is the lie here?
Oh, leave that to people to like, it's like my vote. I'm gonna go grab a drink. You know.
And
People are
Professor,
people
it's
still doing their thing.
70% said addictive for you.
Again, is it 70% female?
I'm a controlled substance now. I need to be like illegal or something. It's crazy.
I think it must be the cats.
Yeah, it's definitely
So
the
so
cats.
far we have 1, 2.
What is the
3,
lie, guys?
4, 5 are saying 3 is the live. How about you repeat it one more time?
Oh my gosh, guys. Okay. Number 1, over 140 countries recognized Palestine. Number 2, Hebrew is the official language of Palestine. And number 3, 941,000 is the number of citizens in Jerusalem Quds.
Okay, where are we at?
But you said number 3 is wrong, Dr. Liam.
Interesting. It depends on which borders you use for it, because technically the Jerusalem metro area is a population just around 1 million today. Honestly, edging over a hair over, depending again on which settlement you count into it. But it's Hebrew is an official language for Palestine in the Mandate period. I don't think it's been accepted for the PA as an official language. No.
Exactly.
So it's 2.
So number 2 was the lie.
If there's some kind of peace deal that leaves a lot of people left there, then it would be eventually, but it isn't now. No, it's solely Arabic is the official language there.
There you have it. So we got a second question, Mariama. Mariama, you here?
Okay. This is about current events. Hello, can you hear me?
You're
Hello?
cutting out.
Hello?
Yes, we're here now.
What about now? Better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, this is about current events, okay? The first statement is Israel is occupying Palestine illegally since 1948. The second statement is Israel prohibits the entry of simple things as a chocolate into Gaza. The third statement is Israel held only adult hostage in military prisons.
I didn't hear the second one.
What is the line?
The second one. Start over again.
Israel. The first one is Israel is occupying Palestine illegally signed 1948. The second statement is Israel prohibits the entry of simple things such as chocolate into Gaza. And the third statement is Israel held hostage, only adult hostage in military prisons.
Got it?
Ooh, I
Which
think
one
you
is the lie?
got the professor stumped there for a second.
No, come on, Professor. You know the answer. You know the answer.
So maybe let's run through it. What about the chocolate one?
Yeah,
I think they are not nice enough to allow it.
No, but we're looking for the lie. We're looking for the lie.
Yeah. I'm just going one by one, maybe.
But the first statement is Israel is occupying Palestine illegally since 1948.
Yeah.
That is true, right?
no.
No, we're not going to leave. We're going to leave it. So, you know what? I'm going to read it again.
Where we at here?
So Israel, number one is Israel is occupying Palestine illegally since 1948. Number two is Israel prohibits the entry of simple things such as chocolate into Gaza. Number three, Israel holds only adult hostages in the military prison. So which one's a lie?
What number is that?
I'm surprised.
Yeah, you got it.
I got it.
Sadly, the third one is false.
Everyone also got it in the comments. The third one is false. Next, we have one more. Do you have another one?
I do have another one. Okay, let's go. So, Palestine has its own recognized currency right now. Number two, the Dead Sea that's at the border of Jordan and Palestine is the lowest spot on earth. And number three, Hebron, original name Khalil, is home of the tomb of the patriarchs, a site sacred to the Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
I have a quibble on one of them.
Whoa.
there's
Could you repeat it again?
technically two that are false here. But one of them, it's a technical quibble. I think most people wouldn't notice. But
Well, there you go. You're too technical.
when you said like, yeah. Well, let's see who come up with. But there's a...
Okay, so number one, Palestine has its own recognized currency right now. Number two, the Dead Sea is the lowest spot, and it's located at the border of Jordan and Palestine. It's the lowest spot of the earth. And then we have number three, Hebron, aka Khalil, is home to the tomb of the patriarchs, a site sacred to the Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And I know where your quibble is.
So far, we have one, and we've got two people who said 1 and 2.
Dr. Liam, what you said?
Well, one is unambiguously false. Two is false because of the way you phrased it. The Marianas Trench. I mean, what's below the surface of the ocean is still on Earth. So the Dead Sea coastline is the lowest spot of land that you can stand on, but it's not the lowest point on
Oh my
Earth
God. Okay.
it's not the lowest spot on Earth by like a long shot. It's oceans, you know.
Okay, the lowest part of land on Earth.
Mariama, do you want to do one more?
No. You know what? Just let's continue because I think
Yeah.
But those are good.
Yeah, let's continue for now, and we're gonna resume it in a while.
Oh, those are fun. Yeah, think of some other ones. That was fun. I like watching the numbers flying by in the chat, seeing what people are throwing out. It's cool.
Well, we do have more questions.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay,
Let's go, Mr. Dr. Lim. Mr. Lim.
let's see. Western Wall riot, right? That's where we left off.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the aftermath of the riot does get the Brits for the first time thinking, you know what? I think we're doing something wrong, and they pulled together a commission. Now, this is things that governments do when governments are confused by something. What's going on? They get a bunch of experts in the room, and those experts argue for days or weeks or months, and they figure something out, and then they write a white paper. Here's the answer. And the Passfield white paper actually hit the nail on the head about what the problem was building in this period. What they said was that the violence that they were seeing was caused by a landless and discontented class created by the Zionist parallel economy that we talked about in a previous week. So that the separate economies. So again, people being thrown off the land, people having to move into the towns or cities, there not being enough jobs for them. And think about this for a second. Like just be honest with yourself for a second. If you put a bunch of young men who are unemployed and angry together in one spot, what usually happens? So it's what they're saying is the violence is an inevitable consequence of the social and economic structure that's developing because of the Zionist movement. And they concluded that if this were to continue, if the parallel economies were to continue to grow, the Zionist migration would have kept growing higher and higher, and the economies would have kept growing more and more bifurcated, that animosity towards Jews would keep growing and expanding among Palestinians, leading to a lot more violence between the communities and no possibility of peace between them. So what they suggested was cutting the rate of immigration, so slashing that so that they couldn't pour in tons of people there, and cutting land purchases so they couldn't start taking over territory and building that separate economy. And then from there, they were going to try and find ways to start integrating the populations better, right? So they kind of they nailed it. They said, okay, the social structure here and the growing nationalist movement among Zionists is going to be toxic as fuck. It's going to create violence. We have to do something about this. And you know what? That report, when they got it, they're like, shit. That kind of screws up everything about our cool little plan about using Jews here to help control our mandate and whatnot. Plus, we've got a whole buttload of Christian Zionists in government as well as in the general population that want to support this. Remember, Zionism as an idea started among Christians, among Protestant restorationists. It's an older idea among Christians than Jews by far. So there's a lot of people who are really determined to see this happen and are upset at a report saying it's a bad idea. So they had to shelve it, and they pulled up a second commission. They got more people together, and they put some real dicks on this commission. They even got one of the guys who was an architect of the massive ethnic cleansing that happened after the Greco-Turkish War, that saw 2 million people lose their homes. So this guy, they're thinking this guy's super Machiavellian. He'll just he'll figure this. He'll come up with something we can work with, and they put him on that. And they have a second commission. They go through it, and they have the same conclusion. Because at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. That's why, for anybody who saw the ICJ report yesterday, it shouldn't surprise anybody, because scholars and activists have been talking about this shit for decades, and it's exactly the same shit. If you actually look at it fairly and dispassionately, you're going to come to the same conclusions. So the same thing happened here with the Passfield stuff in 1929. 2 different committees came to the same conclusion. But the problem here is that the British government could not deal with that. So they shelved it and ignored it for the next decade. And that is a serious problem for us. So what's going to build up here is gosh. Okay, well, actually, I want to make a quick point here too, because there's a tendency I see sometimes in our circles and on our side to play with conspiracies that honestly sometimes verge on the anti-Semitic conspiracies, and this would be one of those where you're thinking, oh, like Jews control the media and the government in Britain, so of course they didn't do anything. Of course they would put it in a drawer and not do anything about it. But no, it's literally just the British population. It's the fact that Britain is a democracy and the government has to give a shit about what the population wants, and the population is Christian, and Christians were sympathetic to Christian Zionism. So it's not the British Jewish population that caused this shit. It's that, like, a lot of the people involved. I mean, hell, like David Lloyd George, who led Britain through World War I, he was a Zionist, but he's Welsh. You know, like it's you don't have to look for a Jewish conspiracy to see why this shit happens. It's just basic political science. So try to keep that stuff in mind and restrain some of that kind of stuff too. I see it a lot, especially around the questions about like AIPAC, and people tend to forget that AIPAC is not Israeli money, it's American money, and it's mostly coming from American Christians, not from American Jews. So the problem is Americans, not Israel. We are a problem in that, and we have to take that seriously if we're going to solve these problems. If we keep looking for like a Jewish conspiracy or Israelis pulling puppet strings, we're never going to solve the actual problems in our own societies that have us supporting them. So something to keep in mind here, because you can see it very, very clearly in 1929, when the British government just sticks this in a drawer and forgets about it. And the next 10 years see the fastest growth yet in the Zionist population. Huge numbers of people are going to pour out. Do you guys know what's happening around by the time you get to 1929 in Europe that might have encouraged a lot more Jews to leave? Anyone have any thoughts what's going on there?
No idea.
What big international event happens in 1929 that might be relevant? Think of one that might hit there? Okay, so 1929 starts the Great Depression, right? Before the Great Depression, the I'm not supposed to say their name on this, but these fuckers, this party, right? The Yahtzee game people, like they were polling at like 3%. They had almost no popular support. And then the economy goes to shit. And somebody stands up and says, I can fix it for people. And there's more support for them suddenly. And that really makes the situation a lot more toxic for a lot of European Jews, because if parties with that strongly an anti-Semitic policy base were to gain power, you see the issue there. So it's the growth of the, whatever we want to call them on TikTok, you know, Yahtzees, Shitler, you know, mustache man, whatever. That's going to be a big, big issue for us going forward. If we have time today, I might make a few comments on that, talk a little bit about how that happens, because it does affect international opinion vis-a-vis Israel. So it's worth our side understanding a bit more about what that is, but it's not really what caused this at all. When people try to say that the Shoah created Israel, it's bullshit. It had realistically nothing to do with it. Honestly, the period I'm going to talk about now in the 1930s, by the mid-1930s, the creation of the state of Israel is already inevitable. Right, the way things were playing out, the way that the Zionists were building up their forces, and the way the Palestinians were not responding effectively to that, made essentially their grab at a state inevitable. It's not what happened in Europe that caused it, but it will change international opinion, and it has a huge impact in the long run, generationally, on the diaspora and how the diaspora views Zionism. And if we want to actually help people to get past this is, again, if you guys can give me 30 seconds to soapbox here, if we really want to pull Jews away from that and help them to sympathize with what happened to Palestinians, then we have to help them to understand that they have no reason to feel unsafe. And that's why when we, you frequently accidentally, but when our side does draw on anti-Semitic tropes, it makes people scared, and scared people turn to far rightists, because this politics is based in fear, and fear politics work on people when they're scared. So it's something we have to at least be aware of and pay attention to. Again, even though it has nothing to do with Palestinians, they didn't cause this shit. They become victims of the aftermath of it, and it did not create the state of Israel at all. but it affects opinion politically, and it affects the diaspora Jews. And those are two things we have to tackle in order to free Palestine. So, end 30-second soapbox. Moving right along. So we've gone through the 1920s. We've seen the third and fourth aliyot. I want to look at the fifth aliyah and note that there's something very different about this one. And this is the first wave that we're seeing fully in the wake of those failed white papers and whatnot. This is only in a short period too, because the population growth in this is so fast that that it really stands out. So we're looking here the first half of the 1930s. So say 31 to 35 roughly. We're gonna look at that period here. There's several big differences about this. One is that most of the Jews coming now are not dirt poor Eastern European Jews anymore. They're not dirt poor socialists coming out of like the Russian Empire or something. They're now peoples coming from Central and Western Europe because, again, of the rise of Yassism. You're getting a lot more middle class assimilated peoples, professionals, doctors, dentists, lawyers, people that are coming with a lot of middle class skills, and they're coming with their money. A lot of countries had no problem with Jews taking their cash out. The Germans would have had a problem with it, but they made a special deal because they wanted to get rid of Jews anyway. And they said, you know what? Yeah, you can totally go. Just take whatever you want. Just get the fuck out of our country. So a lot of people left. Actually, I've seen some people turn that into a weird conspiracy, like that somehow the Yazidis and Zionists work together or something. But really, it's just like the Yazidis wanted to get them the fuck out of Europe, and they let them take their own stuff with them. But there is that. Is there a speaker going somewhere? There's a weird sound. Let me know what that is. Oh, this is rising and falling static. Oh. So a lot of the people that are coming here, they're not, again, going to be working class socialists anymore. They're mostly going to be assimilated middle class professionals, and they're bringing their resources with them, which is why, think again about why I mentioned the Great Depression, right? So Great Depression period, all the capitalist economies are struggling. They're all collapsing, right? During the early 1930s, there's really only two significant economies that are growing rapidly. The Soviet Union, and there's some dark sides of that, but we're not going to get into that. But the Soviet Union is growing fast in this period, so much so that they actually ran ads in U.S. newspapers trying to attract Americans to emigrate, which is fascinating. Like, what? And like 100,000 Americans split off to Russia. But the economy was terrible here and growing rapidly there. The other one is Palestine, though, because the Palestinian economy benefited from so many Europeans bringing their shit with them. And what you can see I'll give you two sets of numbers because I think it helps in a way. And then I'll point to a couple of consequences of that. So think about Haifa, so our nice little mixed city along the northern coast there. Between 31 and 35, the Jewish population went from 16,000 to 40,000. So it more than doubled. That's a big jump in less than 4 years. But even more so, look at Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv, 1931, 1935, went from 46,000 Jews to 135,000 Jews. It almost tripled in less than 4 years. Think about the rate of growth there. When we look today back at the construction in the area, how fast it was growing in the 1930s, you know that the central downtown part of Tel Aviv, actually in the news segment at the beginning of this live here earlier, they mentioned the Houthi attack. Just slightly inland of that is what we call the White City, right? It's the central, southern downtown area of Tel Aviv, and it is the single largest concentration of Bauhaus architecture in the world, because so many buildings were built all in the same couple of years. And it's mostly by German architects who had migrated in. So these German architects providing all the design. So it's just a bazillion buildings that all look very, very similar, stylistically. It's actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site now because of its huge concentration of modernist architecture, just because the population grew so fucking fast. But it could afford it because, again, these weren't dirt poor immigrants anymore coming from impoverished peasant backgrounds in Eastern Europe. They were middle-class professionals. They were dentists and physicians and whatnot, and they brought their stuff with them. What we can see here is some of the cities are going to grow really, really rapidly because a lot of those populations, they're less comfortable being pioneers. They don't want to go out and live in a village somewhere and be a farmer. They don't want to live on a kibbutz. Like, fuck that. I want to live in a city and be a dentist again. I'm a dentist. Why would I want to be a freaking farmer in a kibbutz? So the cities start growing. This is why places like Tel Aviv become giant metropolises. So a handful of places get a lot of that migration in this period. So it's markedly different in a number of ways. But the growth is so rapid in a few areas that it does finally start getting a lot more of the Palestinians to, I guess, quote unquote, get their shit together. And they start trying to organize politically. And they put together a nice little higher commission, and they reach out to the mandate and they say, hey, we would really like to present our case because we see that you give the Zionist Commission a whole lot of privileges. You let them do a whole lot of stuff. And, oh gosh, I left something out. When I mentioned like the Zionist Commission earlier, because this stays true all through the 20s and 30s. The Zionists were allowed basically to regulate themselves, to tax themselves, to organize their own communities. They weren't treated like colonial subjects. The Palestinians were treated like colonial subjects by the British Empire, but the Zionists were not. They were accepted as, fellow Europeans who would know how to organize their own shit, and they just let them do however they wanted. So what the Palestinians start doing is saying, hey, if we organize similar institutions, so we have our own political parties and cabinets and, financial institutions and everything else. If we start doing the shit the same way that you do it, can we have the same level of autonomy? Can we have some actual dignity? And the government in London is like, oh shit, that's a good question. I guess to be fair, we should talk about that. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Come to London, we'll talk. So a bunch of Palestinians get on a boat and start sailing to London. Because again, you couldn't hop on a jet and fly. This, 1930s. So while they're on their way, because ocean-based trips take a little longer. While they're on their way, a bunch of Christian Zionists and British Zionists start hassling the British government on this. You can't talk to them. If you give them autonomy, then it breaks the idea of what we're trying to do in Palestine and blah blah blah. And they got them to can it because again, there is an electoral aspect here. Britain holds elections, and the Christian Zionists had a significant sway, especially among the conservative side of the electorate. So by the time the Palestinian delegation arrived in the UK, they were told, sorry, we can't actually talk to you. It's we've decided this doesn't really work for us. We'll talk about it in a few years, maybe. Just go back and suck it up for now. So yeah, that sucks. There was an opportunity there to actually do something, but again, they caved to public pressure. Now, to flip that around, again, if you give me a few seconds to soapbox here, that kind of public pressure is how you can change democracies. The government there listened to the angry Christian populations that were demanding support for the Zionist project. So we have the same power. Keep that in mind, right? If you really want to change things, mobilizing people and winning the arguments with the uncommitted and getting more people involved in this, that's the way to do it, because it's been a factor all along. And people often, they shoot themselves in the foot by blaming a conspiracy for that and not actually paying attention to just basic political science stuff and how we can mobilize. So anyway, moving on back. So we're here still in late 1935. And there is an event that happens at this point that symbolically is important in the long run, although much less so at the time. What you have is Izzadin al-Qassam, who actually migrated into Palestine, but he's a Quranic scholar, and he's teaching, so he's working at school and teaching people how, teaching people Quran and all that. And he starts seeing, he's in Haifa, and he starts seeing the Jewish population growing rapidly, or specifically the Zionist population growing rapidly. And he's a bit offended by this. And what he does, because he's coming from a religious perspective, is he organizes mujahideen to tackle this. So he creates like what we can kind of realistically think of as the first kind of terror cell sort of development in Palestine, like an underground organization, and one that had a specifically Islamist approach to it. And what they do is they started attacking small Zionist settlements, so they'd sneak in and poke at people. And they're kind of like a thorn in the side of the local authorities. This has some significant long-term consequences, and I'll try to point to some of this in a bit more detail a little later, but it's actually the first significant point where the main Zionist paramilitary force, Haganah, starts working closely with the British Mandatory Administration, their own policing. Because generally speaking, governments don't like paramilitaries, because a whole bunch of like armed civilians that you don't directly control are a threat. So you kind of like keep them at arm's length, but they started cooperating and collaborating on this. And it was a joint British and Haganah operation that tracked Al-Qassam to his hideout up on Mount Carmel. And they surrounded it. And what he did was he convinced him, a dozen followers with him, to go down fighting. So they, well, to use common parlance, they martyred themselves, and perished in that. Now, keep in mind here that Islamically themed resistance is not popular in Palestine, and it does not become a significant factor until much, much later. For decade after decade after decade, it is almost exclusively secular leftist movements, like socialist movements, that are leading the charge against outside imperial powers and the Zionists. But in the long run, he's kind of like an inspiring founding figure type figure to like the PIJ that forms in the mid 1970s, and to our Southern H group, using TikTok language, sorry, that forms at the end of the 1980s. They're both going to like look back at this as like the beginning of Islamically themed resistance. So if anybody's ever seen like H group's militant brigade, like the Izzadin al-Qassam brigades, right? It's symbolically named there, or those little homemade rockets that they used to fire out of the strip all the time were called Qassams. So you might have seen the name show up in media reports at some point or another. But it goes back to this figure here in the mid 1930s, who goes down fighting in 1935. But it doesn't inspire any kind of Islamically themed resistance. It doesn't lead directly to anything. It's just in the long run, it's going to be picked up decades later as like, hey, you know what? Cool. Let's remember that as like a symbolic beginning. What it does in the short term, what's really happening here, is there is a large secular uprising, and that's going to spread from early 1936 here and last for a bit over 3 years. So 36 to 39, we have the Palestinian Arab Revolt, or sometimes just called the Arab Revolt, although this gets confusing because it could refer to several events. But so the Palestinian Arab Revolt is a fairly significant moment, and it's one in which, you might think, had things gone differently, they could have changed everything, established a Palestine, and been done with this whole process. Or what actually did happen was it created so many problems that it effectively neutered the Palestinians and made the creation of Israel inevitable. That's why I said by the mid 1930s, the creation of Israel is inevitable. This is a big part of that. But it starts with a first really significant political development, the creation of a functioning, longer-term higher committee, bringing together several leaders from across the country, all working together, collaborating and coordinating efforts, and issuing calls to things that people actually listen to. And they're calling for a lot of mostly nonviolent stuff. So strikes and boycotts, right? But also encouraging attacks on settlements. So that it is a part of it. But there's a lot of civil disobedience that's part of this as well. And all three of these do play a significant part in ultimately harming the Palestinian situation, which is, again, it's not their fault in that sense, but it's by the time they're doing this, it's a little too late. The forces arrayed against them, both on the British imperial side and the Zionist side, are too great to overcome. But they are actually using a lot of the tactics that could have made sense and did make sense in a lot of other colonial contexts. So let's think about the strikes and boycotts first. A lot of the civil disobedience type stuff. What happens with a lot of the strikes is they're actually going to put the final nail in the coffin between a lot of the Zionist collaboration between the Zionist left and Palestinians. So like the socialists and communists, the people who really did want Palestinians in the labor unions and working together and all this kind of stuff. Because what happens is then suddenly all the Palestinian workers go on strike. They don't show up, and they don't show up to the ports. They don't show up to the railroads. So make major infrastructure stuff that's going to paralyze the economy. You can't bring the stuff off the ships. You can't transport it around the country. You're shutting down infrastructure in the country. And Palestinian Arab workers were a lot of the working population. So them going on strike is a bit of a problem, right? But the response here is telling, because what happens is the unions end up becoming a bit more captured by the increasing radicalization of people like Ben Gurion and the Mapai, who are turning more and more hardcore ethno-national and starting to think, well, fuck them. If they don't want to work with us, then we'll just replace them with fresh Zionists just off the boat, new immigrants. We'll give them the jobs. So what ends up happening is all those workers on the railroads just lost their jobs. And there's a nice little an L for the British Empire here, because they didn't have really good labor protections in their colonies like they would in the UK itself. But they just replaced the workers. They didn't scabs or whatever, they didn't protect their union position. So they went on strike. Okay, cool. We're just going to hire Zionists to replace you. So L Britain. And the same thing happens in a number of other places. So like Jaffa Port, that is a major entry point, bringing tons of goods in. Well, the Palestinian workers who kept that operational and kept those ships unloading, well, they just said, fuck you, I'm not going to work anymore. So they started creating new port facilities. So like the little port that was created for Tel Aviv actually is created at this point. Today, it's just a marina, like a bunch of like rich ass people have yachts and stuff there. But it was a small functioning port to replace the one that's just south of it at Jaffa. So they could keep the goods coming in to fuel it. So they're basically cutting them out of even more of the economy. So we have that parallel economies building up over decades already. And now, because of the strikes that are happening, the Palestinians just get written out of everything. And it's even harder too in terms of government. So there were Palestinians who worked in the Mandate Authority. They worked for the British governing authorities. And when they didn't show up to work, they just got replaced. And frequently they got replaced with Zionists, but not necessarily. But tons of other people came and they just took their jobs. People who were going to be loyal and weren't going to go on strike. So it reduces their economic and their political influence. So it takes them kind of like out of the picture in some way. And as that's getting worse and worse, the violent aspect of it becomes more important. Because initially there's a lot more civil disobedience, and that actually is a long-term pattern here. You saw them actually both in the first and second intifadas, right? In both of those, they started off as mostly non-violent, and they became violent because the non-violent stuff was heavily suppressed very early on, and people got angry and they pew-pewed back, and there you go. So it's similar here. The violence picks up significantly across 1937, enough so that a lot of the leadership actually is unalived or flees the country, including a real arsehole I'll mention a bit. But they're out of there, and really there's that vacuum is really never filled. Like for decades, there's essentially no leadership. There's no one really who can stand up and represent Palestinians, because this first serious effort to unify everybody and work together is crushed. But those always catch me. That it's crushed violently. People are scattered, and there's no way to recover it. So the leadership is gone now, and they're cut out of the economy, and they're cut out of political decision making. So bad, right? This is getting bad. But people then start setting off like roadside bombs and derailing trains, and they're like amping up the kind of attacks that they'll do, hoping that if they can harm things economically, then it becomes expensive for the British Empire, and they'll negotiate, which again is a viable tactic in a lot of anti-colonial struggles. The biggest problem here is that this situation is a lot more like what Algeria would face later. It's a settler colony, not just an imperial possession. And what makes it even harder than Algeria is that it's a settler colony where the settlers are not directly connected to the imperial power. Because while the Zionists were in some ways supported by Britain, they weren't a British faction. So it's a bit more difficult to control. So the tactics here at this time aren't necessarily bad in the broader context of anti-colonial struggles, but here they end up backfiring badly in a lot of ways. And the most violent phase is going to run there from 37 to 39 before it's finally crushed. And it is crushed with horrific brutality. I want to make a couple of quick points here. One is that, again, there is increasing collaboration between the paramilitaries and the British Empire because it makes it cheaper. Like, it involves fewer soldiers and cops on the ground. They can use some of the Zionists to do some of the work. So that makes it easier for them. So they'll do that because, hey, it saves money. But also there are a number of tactics used here that are really important in the long run if you want to understand Palestinian history. You guys are probably aware that the Israeli government likes to demolish people's homes. So, oh, you built that addition without authorization. We're going to bring a bulldozer. Or like, oh, your kid threw rocks at cops. You should have taught him better. We're going to bulldoze your home. You see those like giant industrial, like the military bulldozers they use, all the armor plating on them. That concept is from the British fucking Empire in the 1930s because that's what they did. When they were able to track down Palestinian militants who were fighting in the Arab revolt here, they destroyed the family homes. And they did this over and over again. And that's a lesson that, unfortunately, the Zionist paramilitaries picked up and carried forward. So there's a number of unfortunate British Empire legacies for this whole struggle that we should kind of remember. And this is kind of one of those. And there's another one here that I need to throw in. And God, it's so hard. Honestly, when we get to the later topics and the later conflicts, and I have to deal with things like the Popular Front or the H groups or whatever, this is going to be really, really difficult to do on TikTok. The way they restrict language, some of these topics are really fucking hard for me to deal with, and I have a hard time like twisting words anyway. I'm autistic as fuck. It's very hard for me not to use the right word for things. But like the Irgun is a problem in this period, and I need to talk a little bit about some of their attacks, and I need to try and avoid some triggering words for it. Irgun is another one of the paramilitary. So Haganah is by far the largest Zionist paramilitary, and it's the one tied to Mapai, the labor movement. Irgun is the one that comes out of the revisionist movement. So it's the one tied to the fascist far right of the Zionist movement. And it is in this period, like it shows up on the scene in 1937, and it's brutal. It's not only going to lash out at Palestinians, it's also going to attack the British. And there's an interesting quirk here because the many of the Zionist groups involved, and especially these right-wing ones, it's weird to think about it because we often, especially in the context of like anti-colonial struggles around the world, we tend to think much more of like, leftist groups being freedom fighters or whatever. But the Irgun really thought of themselves as fighting an anti-colonial struggle, because to them, the British were the problem. If you could get the Brits off the ground, then there was no one to protect the Palestinians, because technically the mandate meant they had to protect the Palestinians. If you guys remember, like, I don't know how far back the last one was, but when we talked about the Balfour letter, it's very clear that Britain will only support the Zionists as long as it doesn't hurt Palestinians. The Palestinians were still an important part of it, and ultimately it was supposed to be a country of Palestine. So their argument here was that the British government's job requires them to protect the Palestinian civilian population, so they are also an obstacle. So they are attacking both, and that continues from this point onward. So from 37 on, you start seeing attacks that hit British targets, but also significantly Palestinian civilian targets. There is in a 3-week period in 1937, there were what am I supposed to call the exploding things on TikTok? Boom booms? Is that it?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Gotta remember my toddler speak. So like they set boom booms in a whole bunch of souks in like marketplaces. And in a 3-week period, 77 at least Palestinian civilians are unalived and hundreds wounded by setting boom booms in souks, in marketplaces. So this is a terror attack. It's intended to break resistance, and it's something that you often see with imperial powers. You see the same thing with like when the French were fighting against the Algerians, when they're fighting against the FLN, they went after civilians. They're like, oh, the FLN thinks that they can like send some snipers after us. Cool, we are going to napalm a village, and that'll break support for it. It's the same thing that the United States did in the Vietnam struggle. Like when you've got the Viet Minh trying to move supplies around, we'll just go and we're going to napalm villages. You know, like it's the same basic mentality that shows up here. So Irgun is increasingly radicalizing the Zionist movement and pushing it more and more toward a really aggressive phase. So you've got here a combination of Irgun being terrible, as well as the British policing forces working with Haganah directly, and doing all kinds of fucked up stuff there. And actually, Haganah is interesting in this period too, because while they're working directly in collaboration with the Brits, they also see themselves as ultimately facing an anti-colonial struggle against Britain. If they can't get Britain out, they won't be able to crush the Palestinians, is their attitude. So not only are they learning techniques from them, they're gaining anti-insurgency training, they're gaining policing training, they're gaining military training here. But they're stealing weapons and ammunition. They're like, oh gosh, I don't know what happened to that pew pew. We must have dropped it somewhere, but they're just stashing them. They're hiding these things because they know eventually a fight is going to break out and they want them. I think someone's mic's on again because it's like staticky snapping. Is there another mic on? Okay. It's quiet again. Huh. This sounds good. I mean, that sometimes. Sorry. Again, tons of training, tons of skills they're picking up in terms of anti-insurgency, but they're also stockpiling arms because they're stealing them along the way. Now, the basic result, the consequence of the Palestinian revolt here between 36 to 39, by the end of this, you're going to see several thousand unalived. At least by the end, in 1938 alone, it's at least 2,000. So I don't remember the total number though for all years, but there's several thousand Palestinians who lose their lives in this, and obviously tons wounded, and that all, of course, is going to weaken the will of the civilian population to fight back, because especially since there's a lot of attacks on civilians too, like destroying homes, which the British did, or Irgun doing really fucked up stuff. And then, of course, the leadership is all unalived or in exile, so that they've lost any political structures that they've got to deal with, and most weapons are destroyed or confiscated. By the end of this period, the Palestinians were mostly reduced to kitchen knives. That was about it. When you get to the period of the Nakba, which it'd be nice if we could get to it today. We'll see if we can. I think we can. By the time you get to that period, there's a few like really antiquated, kind of rusty, firearms stashed around here and there that hadn't been found, but most of their weapons had actually been found. So any kind of like hunting things that they would have had, tons of like that stuff was just gone. It was like all confiscated and taken. So you're basically down to like steak knives. So they you've lost your leadership, you've lost your weapons, you've lost a whole lot of lives, and you've lost your will to resist. That is very significant if we want to understand why did the Nakba play out the way it did, right? It's really kind of unfair to Palestinians to say they didn't fight back as hard as they should have in 1947-48, because they suffered a lot very recently before it, and they had been severely reduced economically and in military and political capacity. So they really weren't able to mount an effective response to what happens in 47 and 48. So something to keep in mind for what we get to later. But there's an important political event that takes place during the Palestinian Arab Revolt. And that one, it's often really badly misused in a lot of propaganda. Like I see this all the time in Zionist propaganda. Like, they partitioned, they offered the Palestinians a state and they turned it down. Oh, those Palestinians, they never miss an opportunity. They're terrible. Like the Peel Commission is not what you think it is. So I want to give like a short definition of what it really is and what it really did. Because I see this wrong so freaking often. It's just infuriating. First off, again, governments call together commissions to study things. A little commission of inquiry that's going to produce a white paper and and that's how governments address problems. They want to figure out how to do something, right? So they pull together a commission, they study it, and they start thinking, you know what, we got to find a solution here. And they realize, you know what, if we'd paid attention to the earlier Passfield stuff, we might not have screwed the pooch so badly here, but we did by ignoring it for a decade, and now we're kind of screwed. So what can we do now? And now is when you start thinking, well, maybe partition, maybe division of the land, you know, and some ethnic cleansing. Because again, that's worked, you know, for these empires in a lot of ways, you know, which is honestly freaking terrible to think about. I mentioned like the Greco-Turkish one earlier, but I don't know, think about something that's exactly 10 years in the future from this, because this is 37. The partition of South Asia, when they created India and Pakistan, millions lost their lives and homes in that process. It was a horrifying idea, terrible for everybody. But whatever, empires don't like to learn those lessons. But anyway, they're thinking about it here. And they're thinking, let's consider partition. Now, in that, there's one plan that shows up a lot, like one map that shows up over and over again, but they actually went through quite a few. There's a whole bunch of different like peel maps of looking at it. And one thing that's problematic about this is they're looking at it and they're thinking, gosh, none of this really works. Like, no matter what you do, the states aren't really viable, right? Because A, they would involve massive ethnic cleansing because the populations were deeply intermingled, you know, Jewish village, Arab village, Jewish village, Arab village. They're all over the place, like next to each other. And by this point, though, there's 400,000 Jews. So there's a population enough for a tiny country. They could do that, but they're scattered around. So how do you do that? How do you make something whose borders that it would actually make any sense? Well, it would involve dispossessing huge numbers of Palestinian Arabs and then dispossessing a whole bunch of Zionists into the new one there. So it would be terrible for everybody to do it. And they understand it's problematic. And the resulting states would be so small as to be non-viable in economic and ecological terms. This is honestly one of the reasons that Lebanon has been so problematic politically, is that the French had their connections with the Maronite population of Mount Lebanon only, and they wanted to be separated from it. But Mount Lebanon area, like this central and coast section of Lebanon, is too small to be a country. It wouldn't have the resources. It wouldn't have survived. So they created Greater Lebanon by tacking a whole bunch more territory on in the southeast and north. And that gives it the same basic diversity as the rest of Syria and kind of undermines the whole reason for it. It makes Lebanon kind of fucking pointless as a country. Like has the same basic diversity in like sects and cultures as the whole rest of Syria. So it creates a whole problematic dynamic there. But you got a similar issue here. And the Brits are looking at this and they're thinking, you know, if we create this really tiny little Jewish state here, it wouldn't be able to stand on its own. And most of the rest of the territory, they're thinking in the central and south for like a Palestinian territory, well, a lot of that is desert. A lot of that is like the arid hill countries. It's not terribly viable either, because the Galil has the best farmland, and they were going to give that to the Jewish state. So while it's only like 20-some% of the country, they were thinking it's some of the best land in it. But there's several problems here with it, and I really do have to. I apologize. I have to spend a few minutes on this because, again, there's so much misinformation about it. First off, there's no one is ever actually talking about a Palestinian state. So the remainder of the territory, if you take away that 20-some% and make a separate Zionist state there, and then the rest of it, you're thinking, oh yeah, that's Palestine. And the Zionists love to say that. Look, they were offered a state here. This would have been Palestine. And that is not what anyone was talking about. They said an Arab state, and they were going to attach it to Jordan. So it would not have been independent. It would have been tied to the Hashemite monarchy of Jordan, which was a British puppet. All right. And that's the ultimate goal here. So when you think about the Palestinian Arab reaction, when you think, I mean, overwhelmingly, people would have disliked it, but of course they weren't polled. There was no way to do that. And the leadership was mostly unalived or in exile. So there's no one really they could ask. I mean, the exiled Grand Mufti said no, but he wasn't in charge of anything, so it doesn't matter. They literally weren't talking to Palestinians. So again, the Zionists just straight up lying about this because there's no offer. There's not even anyone to offer it to. But we do know Palestinians would have been opposed to it. And that's fair. It's fair in the sense of the injustice of losing some of the best farmland to a recent migrant population. Set that aside, though. The bigger issue is it still wasn't even about Palestine. It was just handing them over to another, colonial territory that would have still left them part of the British Empire. It doesn't give them anything at all. It doesn't change it. It doesn't make anything better. It just takes away some land. And in the process, it would have involved massive ethnic cleansing because there was a lot of Palestinians living in the Galilee region. The Zionist reaction to it, though, is also problematic. So the propaganda on this stuff lies on both sides of it. They're lying about what Palestinians did and could have done, and they're lying about what they did. Now, I got to be careful here and let you guys know this is not some tinfoil beanie conspiracy. We have journal entries and letters. We have the internal documents within the movement here. Ben Gurion, for Mapai, the largest political faction in the New Yishuv, and Chaim Weizmann, the head of the WZO, both accepted the basic principle of division, although they wanted larger borders. They wanted more territory. But they said, yeah, we'll take something. You can give us something. And Zionists will say, look, they were willing to accept this tiny little thing, and therefore the problem is all the Palestinians. It's just their fault. If they just let them take that small territory, it would have been all over. But the key issue here is sovereignty. If you guys know what it means to be sovereign, to actually have direct control over something, the key here is that they understood that any sovereign entity taking away British control would have meant they had total control to build up their economy, build up a military, encourage mass immigration of more Jews from the diaspora, and then they would have conquered the rest. And that's not a conspiracy. That's literally what they fucking said. Like, they just said, we will later go for it. It's even people like Ben Gurion, who later, by the time you get to 66, he has real reservations about this and thinks that taking the West Bank would be problematic because of the whole the size of the Palestinian population there. But all the way up until that point, he's a territorial maximalist. So he still is for another 30 years. In the 1930s here, he wants all of Palestine. And that doesn't change for a long time after this. So he's the issue here is if they have control over territory, they can build up forces and no one can stop them because they're a sovereign country. They can, build up their forces, encourage immigration, and then simply take the rest from the Palestinians. So it's not really a compromise. It's not really a division. It's not really a peace proposal. It's certainly not a two-state solution. God, years and years ago, I made a YouTube video tearing apart PragerU on this shit. I really should do a better one of that with like images and stuff here, but goddamn, PragerU is a terrible fucking propaganda outfit. But they're just lying their asses off like Palestinians have been offered a state 6 times and they keep turning it down. Like every one of them is just a straight up lie. But this one's really unambiguous because we have the receipts, we have the documents, we know what they said. Now, on the flip side of that, I want to make a quick point here too, because this does relate a little bit to the concept of Greater Israel. And I see a lot of people posting stuff on that on TikTok lately, talking about how the Israelis won't be satisfied until they take the entire area between the Euphrates and the Nile, this like gigantic, area. Those maps exist for rhetorical reasons. They exist as propaganda internally to motivate hardcore Zionist ethno-nationalists. There is no realistic prospect of anyone ever doing that or ever seriously wanting to do that. If they did that, there would be more than 100 million Arabs under their control. You can't do that. It's impossible. So don't think that they actually want that. What Greater Israel does mean to them is the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, as well as the Golan that they've already annexed, and in many forms, a strip of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. But realistically, those are the only borders that they would ever seriously go for. So Greater Israel isn't, if you type Greater Israel and get the little maps there, those have a particular rhetorical purpose inside the Zionist movement. Don't take them seriously. If you do, you're kind of falling for it. You're falling for something and you're using it in a way that actually is just going to screw us up. It makes it harder to challenge the actual problem. That's not really what they mean. But they use that as a way, in part, to tell the whole rest of the world, look, it's a compromise. And this is especially powerful for Christians, because Christians love their Bible. And again, that's where Zionism started among Protestants. And they're looking at it and they're saying, here's the biblical boundaries. This is what God promised his people. But the Jewish state only wants this small chunk of it. Why can't we give them that? Do you see how that works? It's an argument made for Christians outside the area as well. So it motivates the racists in Israel, although they know that this isn't really serious, but it like fires them up a little bit to go for at least the West Bank and hold on to Judea and Samaria and like maybe a piece of Lebanon, but that's it, right? But it's really useful in the diaspora and especially among Christians to make that biblical argument. God gave us this. We're willing to compromise and just take this, and the Arabs can have all the rest. Aren't we so magnanimous and awesome? That's the con, right? Do not tell people that the Zionists are going to conquer Iraq and Egypt. It's just and what it does is it makes us look fucking stupid, right? And we deserve to do better than that. It really harms our arguments. But there is a really good reason they do use those arguments, but they're not really about us at all. So short rant over there, but it's sort of relevant to this issue here because the borders issue is important here, and the whole idea of sovereignty and what they can conquer, what they can do, and we know what they've wanted all along. So let's see. That takes us through the Arab Revolt and up to 1939. So let's see. I'm going to mention the 1939 white paper there, and then I will pause to suck some water and then see if you guys want to talk for a moment about Europe and how that's going to affect the international climate here. So our last little piece here for a moment is the 1939 white paper, because the last part about the Peel Commission. Oh, okay. One more point of clarification. I think I might have left out. When people talk again about how a state was offered to Palestinians and a partition and whatnot here in the 1937 Peel stuff, it wasn't, because they pulled it back. They said, this doesn't work. They said, you know what? It doesn't actually work. There's no one to talk to. There's nothing that fits here. The land can't actually be divided. It's just not economically or ecologically viable. It would just involve all kinds of violence. It's just stupid. And honestly, to be frank, London knew that the Zionists were lying when they said they would accept it. They knew they would fight for more. They knew, because people have been talking about it publicly for a long time by that point. So that's about where you're stuck there. So what they do is it's not actually an offer. They just said, okay, well, never mind, psych, let's move on to the next thing. And instead, they issued the 1939 white paper to replace it. And the 39 white paper is a significant policy shift, and it's happening at a really politically unfortunate time for the UK, and why the UK eventually abstains in the UN vote and all kinds of other crazy stuff. What it does is it repudiates the elements of the mandate that actually encouraged the Jewish national home, which again, the Balfour Letter was integrated into the mandate documents that structured basically like the early Palestinian Constitution, like the foundation of the Palestinian Constitution during the mandate period included the Balfour Letter. They no, we're taking that out. That's no longer a thing. We're going to restrict land sales to Jews from this point. It's only possible in the coast areas where they already live, right? So the whole Tel Aviv, Herzliya, Haifa area, you can buy land there, but nowhere else. So you can't spread out beyond that. And they severely limited immigration, saying only a few thousand per year. And then within 5 years, ending it entirely. Only allowing it for those more 5 years because at the time, it takes a long time of planning, preparation, saving, packing, getting on ships and sailing. It's a huge deal to migrate. It's still kind of complicated, but not like it was then. So they said within 5 years, no more migration, and we're done. And the goal was to cap the Jewish population at no more than a third of the total, like half that of the Arab population. So they would have been a significant minority in the country, and then they could have gotten back to trying to create a Palestine with a significant Jewish population. That's kind of the goal in the 39 white paper. Cool. Can you guess how that's going to be received? I mean, for Palestinians, it's still not quite good enough, right? But what it does is it honestly tells some of them the wrong lessons. It actually tells them that if they continue to be defiant and to refuse everything and to fight back, like in the Arab Revolt, that they'll get more. So they honestly take the wrong lesson out of this, because this is a moment when Britain was actually exclusively attacking the Zionist movement and trying to reorient toward creating an Arab Palestine. And instead, a lot of the Palestinians refused to cooperate and collaborate. I was asked earlier about some of the mistakes Palestinians have made. This is another one of those, where they thought that continuing defiance and continuing to refuse to cooperate in this period would only get them better concessions and even more later, and maybe they could get rid of the Zionists that they already have. Where at this point, Britain is already basically caving and saying, you know what, we're stopping this migration entirely. We're going to crush the growth of the Zionist movement, and we're going to integrate them into a Palestinian society. The Zionists themselves took it as a massive betrayal. And the main reason for that is what's happening in Europe. Because you guys know, like, who's already been in power for 6 years in Europe by this point, right? And you guys know in the same year, a war is going to break out in Europe. 1939 is an important moment here. Like, the fact that Britain did it then is a problem. And during the Shoah, there were actually attempts for people like to sneak in, like illegal immigrant type settlers, because a lot of countries, and this is one of the saddest parts about the whole process, like as things were getting bad, but before we really knew how awful it was, like, but the Yazidis want the Jews out of Europe and everything else. So a bunch of countries got together, had a conference like, hey, maybe we should all let more Jews immigrate here and get them out so they're safe, right? And in the end, not a single country agreed to do it. You know, the U.S., everyone just said, nah, we don't want any more Jews. It's fine. So some of them tried to sneak into Palestine, and those ships were turned around and sent back to Europe. And a lot of those people were unalived. So it's a really unfortunate time for them to have done that, but it makes sense. Like, it fits the events. And again, what's happening in Palestine is completely distinct from what's happening in Europe in terms of the forces on the ground. But the international implications, the consequences of these events, those will be problematic, right? That's a way that it does really matter. So if you guys will give me a few minutes, I can deal with it pretty quickly. I want to talk a little bit about what the Yazidis were doing and how bad that got, because it'll really help us understand just why the so much of the diaspora and so much of the Christian political world ends up aligning very closely with Israel all the way to the present. But I want to take a little break here, so I'm going to get a drink and maybe you can play another game if that's cool.
For sure, yes, it is cool. Ladies, Mike.
Hey, while we play the game, guys, please don't forget, tap, join the team, share the live, and since Ness went last time, Mariama, if you would like to start, just as a reminder for everyone, we're playing 2 truths and a lie. So Mariama's going to say 2 things that are true, 1 thing that's incorrect, and she will number them as she's saying them, 1, 2, 3, and everyone vote in the comments what you think. W. Human. All right, go ahead, Mariama.
You're welcome. Sure. Okay, so this is a cultural question. So the first one is, traditional Palestinian society is predominantly agriculture. Historically, more Palestinians have lived in a small village, often among extended relatives.
That's all one? Okay, good.
Okay, now. Number 2, palm tree are closely associated with Palestine. There's almost synonymous of the region. I say palm tree. Then the number 3 is that modern Palestinians speak Arabic using a Lebanese dialect.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Not that it matters much. I think I missed some of those. I just noticed, and honestly, I'm gonna have to eventually sort some of this stuff out. I'm also running this out to my YouTube at the same time, just to get one there in the wider screen. But it's hard to watch at the same time. I got some Christian anti-Semite rambling on here about the Rothschilds or something on this in comments. So,
no. Okay, Mariama, do you mind if I repeat the questions?
Sure.
Guys, again, 1, traditional Palestinian society is predominantly agricultural. Historically, most Palestinians have lived in small villages, often among extended relatives. That's one. Two, palm tree are closely associated with Palestine, that they are almost synonymous with the region. Number three is modern Palestinians speak Arabic using a Levantine dialect colloquially. Okay, so which is the lie? 1, 2, or 3? Okay, we only have two votes.
Really?
I vote number 2 is the lie.
I would have to say the same.
There you go.
I heard the first and the third, but I actually didn't hear the second. Still, I'm still trying. I had to ban this person off my YouTube. What was the
Okay.
second one?
The second one is palm tree are closely associated with Palestine, that they are almost synonymous with the region.
No, they're not even native to the region.
Yes. Let's
Mariana, do us the honors of telling us which one's the lie, since these are your questions.
Sorry.
It's number 2, because as we all know, olive tree is a Palestinian symbol.
exactly.
Palm tree.
So-
Who knows?
Before we continue, guys, keep the likes up, please. Keep the likes up and make sure to share out the live. We're still going. We're still here. We're still strong, and we still want some more people in here. All
We
right,
need
is it
70K likes. That's the
like
goal.
right now? Is it my question now?
It's totally and need more time. You want to play a song?
Ness still has a question.
Yeah, if there's another one we can do, or if there's a question or something like that, I just need I need a couple minutes. I'm just trying to post some. I'm trying to address that one other issue, but I'll be like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
really
take
quick.
your time. Take
Really
your
quick.
time. Ness, you
All
have
right.
question.
So let's go with another question. So,
Let's.
hold on. Give me a second. Since the occupation took over, they destroyed over 1 million olive trees in in occupied Palestine. They removed number 2. They removed the settlements in 2007 from Gaza, and number 3. The real Arabic name of Jerusalem is Quds. So let's go again.
Okay,
Number
so I
1,
heard the third.
the occupation destroyed over 1 million olive trees since they started occupying Palestine. Number 2, sorry, I'm all over the place right now. Sorry, guys. Number 2 is number 2 is the real name of Jerusalem is Quds, and number 3 is why is it staring right now? Sorry, it's performance issue as always.
Do you want to text it to me? Because I think you switched 2 with 3 this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard that one last
The
time. It was
problem
3,
is-
but I
okay,
don't
so
know
let's
2.
go again. So number 1, the occupation destroyed more than 1 million olive trees since they started occupying Palestine. Number 2, They removed the settlements from Gaza in 2007. And number 3, the Arabic original name of Jerusalem is Al-Quds. Which one is the lie? Number 1, the destruction of the million trees from the occupation since they took over. Number 2, the removing of the settlements in 2007 from Gaza. And number 3, the real name of Jerusalem, the Arabic name is Al-Quds. Which one is the lie? Your distraction can be really bad. 1, 2, 3.
Lots of, okay, there's some 3s, some 2. Oh, looks like there's quite a few different answers here. That's cool.
Professor, would you do us the honors of the answer?
What do you think? What do you know?
The answer you're intending is 2, because that was 2005, but I do have quibbles on the others.
Oh my God.
It's close to 1 million lost, and in the last one, the older Arabic name is actually Ilya. The current common one would be like Al-Quds, but we said original a few times, and the oldest Arabic name for it actually is an Arabic rendering of a Roman name for it. So Ilya from Aelia Capitolina.
Okay, well, I didn't say oldest. I said.
Yeah, but like the original Arabic name, or like the authentic Arabic name, or something like that. Like, oh yeah, it could be like that, and that one still can be used. But yeah, Al-Quds is the better one. So which one you meant was obvious, but it's 2. Definitely 2 is the one that's obviously factually inaccurate. The others are just minor quibbles. I'm tough, man. Got to get that A.
So Professor Liam will have you give us the questions.
No, I love these. These are great. They're so much fun. I really like them. And again, which ones you're always intending are always super obvious. I'm having fun with it. I'm just teasing. Don't take me seriously, please.
No, but okay, but let me ask you this: is there anything obviously that you don't know about Palestine that you're still reading on, still researching?
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah, lots of stuff. I mean, I'm an idiot like everybody else. I don't know everything. I know some things, I mean, I know some things, not others,
Well, yeah, but it might be that you could have said, "Oh, I studied it to the T. I know everything, and I'm still just learning the current."
I'm always still learning. I'm always learning new things. I'm always getting new stuff. Every new book is interesting. There's always some new angle or some new dimension I haven't touched. It's fascinating. The fun thing about taking in new stuff, new scholarship on it, is if you already have some basis in it, you fit that into it. You can take each new piece and like, oh, okay, cool, that's a new piece into the puzzle, like it, and it adds something into it. So I've God, over the years, I've always I keep adding in new things to lectures and then having to drop out other things as I find some new thing like super fascinating and I want to integrate it. There's always new things to learn. I will stop learning when I keel over. That's it. Until then, I'm still going to keep learning this stuff.
Maria, do you have another question for us?
I do not. I think that was it for me.
I could have sworn you had another one.
Another one.
I have one similar to Ness that has to do with the borders of West Bank. But I think it's a little long. Do you want to read that for me?
Okay. Actually, I do want to read it.
Okay.
So this is geography. Palestine state, number 1 is Palestine state is in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Number 2, Gaza Strip is approximately 365 kilometers and the West Bank is approximately 5,655 kilometers, including East Jerusalem. Israel separates these territories. 3, the West Bank borders Israel, Jordan, and the Red Sea, while the Gaza Strip borders Syria and Israel. So
this is obvious.
So again, One.
Obvious. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3. So one,
Which one is wrong?
Palestine state is in the Eastern Mediterranean region. 2, Gaza Strip is approximately 365 kilometers, and the West Bank is approximately 5,655 kilometers, including East Jerusalem. Israel separates these territories. 3, the West Bank borders Israel, Jordan, and the Red Sea, while Gaza Strip borders Syria, Israel.
It's supposed to be obvious for one little,
Exactly.
for one little comment. Meg, good.
Oh, I got a difficult one.
Okay, that's what, yeah.
But the answer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
3 is way wrong. Ah. Hey, you're
But
right.
yes, it's number
Just
3.
to make it a little bit hard on us, Mariama.
Yeah, the first and second are perfect. Those are great. And the third one is way off. So yeah, that was good. But
Not even close.
But it's a good question because a lot of people really don't know basic geography, and I include geography tests in a lot of my classes for that reason. I have literally found Americans who can't tell where Latin America is, or find the United States or Russia or China on a map, or like just what? Like I don't know. I've had like Russia is New Zealand and like weird stuff like that. Like what? So you have to do that. You have to spend time on it because it's so hard to really understand a historical issue if you don't see the relationship of one area to another, like how things happened. You're really getting in my way, dude.
I just want to clarify for those who really didn't know. So Gaza is bordering with Egypt. That's why we talked about it so much. Remember Rafah? There's the Rafah crossing.
Yep, there's a Rafah on both sides.
Yeah, so it's not Egypt. It's not Syria. Replace Syria with Egypt, and then we got it.
And if you guys thought that was true, please open a geography.
Salima got one for you, just for you. I mean, the chat can guess as well, but this is I just want to see. I just want to see here if you're gonna quibble again, if you're gonna correct me. Let's see this.
I'm terrible.
So you know that in that region, generally, we Arabs love to eat zit and za'atar, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tried that before, I guess.
I cook with za'atar.
There you go. So what is za'atar in English for those people who don't know what it is?
I mean, it's.
Come on, don't do it.
Oh gosh, I don't remember. It has a few things in it, doesn't it? It's a blend.
Oh, wait. Okay. So za'atar is just the za'atar spice alone is oregano, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
when
Yeah. When we always buy it, it's always like there's several things in it, but there's a basis, you know.
Exactly.
So yeah. So the
the blend is oregano. It's sesame, and what's the third thing? Is it
Not oregano.
Mhm.
It's thyme. It's thyme.
It's not.
Oh, they call it thyme. Okay.
I don't think
Well, in Italy they call it oregano. That's
I don't think it's time.
okay. So
I'm
it's
gonna
thyme.
go
then.
look.
That's thyme. But that wasn't my question. My question: what is the third ingredient? Number 1, salt. Number 2, pepper. Number 3, paprika.
Oh, tell her.
Yeah, I really wouldn't know. I'm now curious. I really wouldn't know. I want to see what this one is. I'm not a foodie in by nature, so I don't pay much attention to what I eat.
Were lies.
Yeah. Ooh, let's see.
The third ingredient is actually sumac.
Yeah, sumac. Yeah. And this one's actually overwhelmingly sumac and sesame.
Mhm.
Interesting. So sesame, sumac, and yeah. So, but yeah, no thyme. It does have some ground up oregano there, but yeah, sesame.
There you
Sumac.
go. So, Dr. Liba, I hope you learned something from us today.
Neat. Yeah. Yeah, I will generally get nothing right about food. I'm terrible at it. So that's
So
great. I
here's a
appreciate
random fact that I picked up recently in the past 9 months.
Mhm.
So I'm of Lebanese origin,
Mhm.
and I hear the Palestinians saying zait ou za'atar, which is oil and za'atar, in that order. And I found that bizarre because we've always said za'atar ou zait, right?
Oh,
Yes.
it.
So I was,
Someone just
what's
mentioned in
that?
the chat. I'd look. Yeah, the Israelis are hitting Yemen. They're not.
Oh.
They're not leaving it
yes,
to the.
they are.
They're not leaving it to the U.S. They're hitting it, and that looks bad.
I did say that earlier in the news. They're hitting Al Hudida. They're hitting the oil refineries.
Oh,
at the
I thought
port.
I thought you were referencing the U.S. and Brits have been doing that for a while. Every time there's been something going on,
No.
we've hit it.
No.
Oh,
And that's why the
damn.
age group condemned it, and they said that they're standing strong with Yemen, same like the way that Yemen stands with them. So this is, and Yemen said this is a full-on direct war with the Zionist entity.
Lovely.
So I'm saying this is gonna get ugly now.
Lovely. I mean, it's,
Um,
Yemen was already by far the poorest country in the Arab world, and you know
Yeah,
all the fighting over the last 15 years there is just making it worse and worse.
Yeah. It's very bad. It's actually sickening.
Yeah, no, this is. But yeah, we have prepared for a long war with this enemy. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Oh man. Oh well. Okay, that's nasty. Something to look into later. There's always something, isn't there?
there is something else we need to look in because I had a pop-up that I didn't look into just as we are on this live that there's escalation between Lebanon and it's not real.
Mm-hmm. I saw that too. Yeah. It's definitely getting worse, and that's why I was talking earlier about them recruiting all of these so-called lone soldiers from across the globe and paying them $4,000 a week, and then the hefty bonus on top is also absolutely disgusting.
What are you doing? Oh, that's
So
Socrates used to be my my paper shredder, so I would the exam sheets when students do exams. I have them give the exam sheet back, and then I'm grading their paper, and I just count them off, and I give the exam sheet to the cat to shred. He's gotten lazy about it the last year or two. Doesn't like to do it as much anymore. He'll chew up a few of them, and then he gets bored and walks away. So I figured the kitten might enjoy them. I put them down, and she just didn't notice them for a while. She finally found them. She's happily shredding. I'm hearing paper shredding. I'm like, you better be shredding something I want. I went over and she found the stack of old exam sheets on the ground, and
are you telling us that you're enslaving your cats?
Hey, they gotta work, right? No, it's fun. It's just like it's a toy, but it's So I mean, otherwise they would just go in the recycle bin here. But why not let them have fun with it too? So
Yeah, distraction.
Yeah, just free toys, I love that people are always like going out and buying like the latest new cat toys or something, but cats will just love a box. Like I got a new set of sheets in recently, and they came in a nice little wooden box, so a cardboard box. And I took the box, I took the sheets out, put the box on the ground. Cats have been loving it. I mean, just don't bother with the toys. Just give them papers and boxes and all kinds of stuff, and they're happy campers.
Sounds like fun. So Zito, Zatar, or Zatar or Zait is the next debate then.
Oh, well, no. So we would say Zatar ou Zait. And I hear the Palestinians say Zait ou Zatar. And I discovered, wait, hold on. Is it that way? Goodness, my memory. Yeah, they say Zait ou Zatar. So that's because they dip the bread in the oil first. Then they dip it in the
Zatar.
In the za'atar and eat it. Whereas Lebanese people would put the za'atar in the bowl first, then they put the zait, mix it up, and then dip the bread and eat it. So random fact.
Funny though.
Yeah. It's neat how you get these little variations in different places, and everyone always wants to claim it as like somehow it's like a whole area, a whole nation, a whole like group of people all do the same thing, but it's really just more like it's a continuum, like it just changes in a particular area. So like large parts of northern Palestine would do think again used to be much more historically connected to southern Lebanon, but they're not anymore. So we kind of like shift and then adopt certain habits, and it's fascinating how that works. But at the end of the day, some of that stuff is it's the whole like the order. It reminds me of like, does the milk go in first and then the tea, or the tea first and then the milk? And like, and I'm just like, and people get like really upset about you're doing it the wrong way.
The egg and the chicken thing.
It's always cute. Yeah. So I love those debates. Everyone always has the right way to do it. Yeah. Okay. So is there anything else, or should we dive back into the last part of this?
Let's dive in so you can get to your mom as well.
Okay, cool. So the let's see. Gosh, if I think back about this, did we in a previous week talk about the progress of Nakba itself? Because I think we did one of those on a previous one of these lives with you. Does anyone remember?
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Freedom, do you know if it did that? I swear I remember doing that, because if so, then what I'll do is we'll walk through like the international context, the Shoah stuff there, some of the impacts there in the 40s as we're heading toward it, but I won't go into the actual progress of 1948 because I think we already did it. You'd already have it archived somewhere.
I believe so. Would have to validate.
Freedom, are you sure?
That it's Bella speaking. Freedom's having technical issues with her sound. That's why you haven't heard her voice.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know. I was just playing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did one. I remember arguing with somebody about something in one or the other about them, I think. But either way, I want to like basically set the stage for it and walk through much of the rest of the 1940s. But I think we'll stop in 1947. So I'll look at the beginning of it. I'll make a few points about how it starts, but we'll leave the 1948 conflict itself aside. And if you guys want to revisit it again too, what we can do is when we pick this back up again in a month or two, we can start with those events and then carry through the 1950s.
I think that's perfect.
That sound fine? Okay, cool. So we'll get through 1947. So we're gonna look at like some Europe stuff, and then the most of the 40s. Okay, let's see. To really get to why some of this stuff is so passionate for people, and honestly, really, again, if we want to change minds, if we want to get people on our side, you got to understand a little bit where they're coming from. It does involve a little bit of sympathy, and I know that can be very hard, especially in the context of the massive systemic oppression Palestinians have faced, and how horrific the current events are of the last year. I know it's difficult, but if we're thinking long term, so there's a difference between like now and like the longer term struggle. We have to be able to find some way to talk to them in a way that will make sense to them. So you're not creating an enemy. Like if you get people to dig their heels in, they can't hear you. And so it's all this stuff is kind of like useful. And honestly, I totally get why people do it, but I heard it again recently, so I'm just going to point out, and I'm not picking on anybody because this is super, super common, but even little things like is not real can like make people tune you out. And what we want to do is change their minds and get them to understand why Israel is problematic. And if it because it can come across to people as dehumanizing to the people who've grown up there and the people who have that identity now. That's the only issue there. But I totally get why it happens. I understand the passions involved in it. And my problem is I tend to think only in the longer term. So I know it gets awkward there. But this is some of the things I need to talk about in terms of like the whole Yahtzees here are tied to that. It's like if we can understand this is how it helped to capture the attention of a lot of governments. Why are the Germans the way they are? Why are the Brits? Why are the Americans all the way they are politically? And I'll talk a little about their own anti-Semitism and why they think supporting Israel is a way out of actually changing their own anti-Semitism, because they are still racist as fuck. So we have to talk about the international aspect of it, but it really affects a lot of Jews and Christians outside of this area. It affects their sympathies, and because they don't know Palestinians, they've not seen it. It's not them. It's not a lived experience, but they know something about Jewish history or their relation to it, or the relation between Christians and Jews. So what they hear is this stuff matters to them, and it lets them set aside all the Palestine stuff. And what we have to do is we have to see, okay, I get where you're coming from. I understand all that stuff is fucked up, but do you remember when they told you in kindergarten that 2 wrongs don't make a right? Here's this other wrong, and this is also a problem, and let's find a way to deal with this. So that's I guess the main reason. I just want to frame why I want to talk about this, because I know it's just like last time when we talked a bit about I talked about nationalism, and then I gave as some of an example that also fit the time period. We talked a little bit about the Ottoman G-sides and how they actually set the stage for tons of the fucked up shit that's happened in the Middle East across the last century. They unleashed a lot of those forces. Ultimately, things like, what am I supposed to call them? Daesh, I guess, I think probably isn't censored by TikTok, the group in Syria and Iraq. Ultimately, their ideology is a descendant of things that were happening in the late Ottoman Empire. So there's a reason to talk about some of these things sometimes. But I want people to understand why I'm talking about the Shoah here. It's not because I want you guys to be... it's not because we're trying to be Zionist or some crap here. It's to try and understand, how did Zionism capture the emotions of so many diaspora Jews? And this does play a part in that. So, cool so far? All right. So, okay. So somebody says, yeah, instead of that, should we say occupy? Yeah. Honestly, you can. Or honestly, just say Palestine, and then talk about and talk about it that way. But yeah, occupied Palestine is fine, because it does make a certain amount of sense. I mean, internationally, like legally speaking, Israel is a recognized country, so that's a problem. It's a starting place for a lot of people. But we want to be able to say it's a problematic country that has to be massively changed or dismantled in the same way as like South Africa. So think of it more in those terms. Like the government has to collapse and be remade, in order to get us back to a Palestine. And you want people to be you want to like somehow get some of their attention there. And that had to happen all the time. That had to happen in South Africa too. They voted to dismantle apartheid. And by that point, a slim majority of the white population in South Africa were willing to say, you know what, we're kind of wrong on this shit. We got to fix this stuff. So not completely alienating people is useful, but you're not going to win everybody over. Don't think I'm trying to be sympathetic to like hardcore Zionists, because at the end of the day, fuck them. But there's a lot of people on the fence that are swayable, and when you put them on the defensive emotionally, we're not getting anywhere. So it's just a psychological thing I'm pointing to. But anyway, so just longer term, why I'm taking a brief detour here. I'm going to talk for a few minutes on what happens in Europe, because it will have some significant long-term effects on Palestine, even if people often use it completely wrong and think that it's the cause or the creation. I see over and over again, like Israel was created because of, and I hear this a lot from American Christians too. They think that Israel was created because of the Shoah, and it absolutely was not. It has nothing to do with it. But that's their attitude, and we have to find a way to decouple these. And to break them apart and get people to think about it differently, it first really helps to understand what those events were and why they happened, so we can then help people to understand that this doesn't have to happen again. The more we understand these kind of events, the more we can prevent them in future and not have repeats of this kind of horrible shit. This is why I teach a lot of stuff about G-sides, a whole bunch of them. But anyway, so who are the our Yahtzees? In English, the official name of the party would be the National Socialist German Workers' Party, but it's not socialist at all. They borrowed the term as a con against like working class voters, less educated working class voters in Germany, hoping to pull them away from the two leftist parties. So if you're a bit more conservative, but also working class, and you've been hearing all of your fellows talk about how, the workers' rights, they're thinking, oh, cool, we'll use some of that same language and con them into it. It's very much a fringe movement from its beginnings, like very, very, very tiny. And honestly, a lot of it was based in weird conspiracy theories and anti-Semitism and this idea that the Germans were actually winning World War I, which we talked about again last time. And they were stabbed in the back. The Dopplerlegende, like the Jews and communists betrayed them. And this is why Jews and communists were the two big targets for the Nazis, because they tied them into this completely nonsensical conspiracy. Early on, it's quite militant, and it thinks that it can gain power the same way that the fascists did it in Italy, by demonstrations of street power. So they're beating people up and marching around in their uniforms and doing crap like that. And then they actually try to stage a failed coup in Bavaria that collapsed. But even though some of the leadership, including Mustache Man, were imprisoned during this, he didn't serve out his term, and the judge who oversaw that was actually very sympathetic, and he was ended up being let out early, because there's a lot of people that are that feel that they did somehow get screwed, and that's honestly, some of that is based on the fact that their own government was lying to them throughout World War I and making the situation look better than it was. They were exhausted. There's no way that Germany could have continued the war. It collapsed because of the circumstances. It wasn't like some betrayal, but people were sympathetic to that. So the movement is growing, but it's still kind of fringe, even if people think, you know what, he's kind of got a point on that, but still, like, he's crazy and he's like, ranting and you give me all this like anti-Jew stuff, and we don't care about that. That has nothing to do with us. So it's really not that popular. What they try to do in moving from so they got the whole, like, we're brawlers, and you got this whole, like, criminal underground kind of like aspects of it, but there's also an attempt again to move into the working class, to appeal to ordinary working men. So there's a lot of like campaign propaganda and whatnot that's specifically aimed at at the working class, Arbeiter, like trying to draw people in, but people that also have those feelings of loss and betrayal, that they somehow got screwed out by something, and they're looking for a scapegoat. And then again, why fear always works with this stuff. If you make people fearful, if you put people on the defensive, this is one of the reasons I made that the emotional argument at the beginning here. If you scare people, and you make them think that you hate them in some way, then they're going to sign up with the far right. People will align with these kind of terrible politics, and that just screws all of us in the long run. It's a really tricky thing to deal with politically, and it's why we have so many intractable problems that stretch on decade after decade around the world, is because they're difficult nuts to crack. Because it's hard to, I don't know. I'll go too off base if I talk too much about this, but it's very difficult to find like the sweet spot to really actually reach people and genuinely change the circumstances. But we do have cases where it's happened, and it can happen. Now, he's making his appeals there. He's drawing hundreds to his speeches, then later thousands. The party's mostly popular in the South, but he kind of like slowly takes control of the movement. I honestly think it's kind of like a weird irony that he originally wasn't even in this. He found out about it because the economy's terrible after the war. He's desperate to keep his job. He's like a corporal in the army, and they have to like massively shrink the army after the war because of the treaties. So he's like, can I please stay in? I need a job, because again, he's a high school dropout and a failed painter. Everyone loves to forget that Mustache Man is literally a high school dropout. But he's begging to keep his job. I'm like, okay, cool. Why don't you infiltrate this weird radical group that we're worried about and spy on them for us? And that didn't pan out very well. He ended up, I like these guys, and next thing you know, he climbs the ranks and isn't taken in charge. The biggest competitor ultimately for them is left-wing movements. It is the German communists, as well as the more centrist social democrats, and a lot of the traditional conservative base in Germany is going to end up helping him to gain power. Because while they think he's an idiot and they don't like his politics, they love the fact that he hates the left. So they have a common enemy. And that's the same kind of compromises that we have in a lot of countries around the world today, including the United States, which is drifting further and further into a kind of neo-Yahtzee politics. And it's largely because it's pretty easy to radicalize conservatives into reactionary fascists if you scare them with leftist boogeymen, and that's what's happening here. So a lot of the there's what Oh, I heard a word. Okay. There's a lot of like wealthy media figures and aristocrats, you know, traditional conservatives are like kind of like, yeah, I can see a way to like work with these guys a bit, as well as, again, some working class people and peasants that are more naturally conservative and had a harder time accepting everything the socialists were saying, even though they liked some of the populist rhetoric. So that base is interesting, and it does play a, you know, if we can understand this base better and really see, more people should study this period if they really want to understand contemporary politics, which are going through a lot of the same kind of shit. But their electoral support was tiny. If you look at the vote in 1928, so again, before the Great Depression, 1928, they took 2% of the vote. 2%. That's tiny. That's fringe. Like the Greens can do better than that in the U.S. Like they're not a big movement here. But by 1930, early stages of the Great Depression, they're up to 20%. You know, like they up by 10 times, and that's because of the economic issue. So you're scaring people, you know, and again, yeah, somebody says in the chat there, conservatives are more easily scared. Yeah, honestly, there are neurological variations. Some people are more prone to fear-based responses and are more likely to listen to that. So knowing that, we have to find ways to tamp down that fear a bit, you know, and reassure people. Otherwise, they can very easily be radicalized into terrible shit. So fear is really important here. So the collapsing economy, the worry about their families means like, you know, maybe I didn't like this guy ranting about Jews all the time, but, you know, he's talking about the economy too, and no one else seems to have a good idea. Maybe I'll vote for him. So again, from 2% to 20%. So 2 years later, summer elections 1932, he's at 37%. Nice big jump. That actually makes him the single largest party. Our European friends will know, and a lot of other people around the world will know, that most countries have multiple parties and form coalitions and all the rest of that stuff. The U.S. is unusual in not doing it. But 37 ends up, it's the single largest party. But it's not a majority, so he couldn't govern alone. So in a kind of coalition type thing, he's demanding the chancellorship. He wants to be in charge. He wants the top political position, and no one wants him to do it because he's a very divisive figure. No one actually likes this guy. Even the conservatives don't really like him. You know, they like that he hates commies, but they don't like him. The bigger problem is that the Social Democrats, which are the second largest there, and then the communists are the third largest, if they had worked together, they could have had a majority and formed the government, but they hated each other. You know, even though they're closer in ideology, they couldn't stand each other. So no, they can't reach an agreement. So they hold another election in November. So you know, they have to call another election. And in that election, the Nazi support actually drops to 33%. It falls a bit, while the communist support goes up to 17, you know, from, I think it was 14. Yeah, 14. So 14 to 17. So the left's support went up and the far right's went down. And honestly, Mustache Man even considered like unaliving himself at that point. You know, he thought that it was all going bad, that the party was going to collapse, that it was never going to work out. But the bigger problem here is that other people couldn't get their shit together. The conservatives still preferred him to the two leftist parties, and the two leftist parties hated each other. So he was offered the chancellorship. And what really gets it is fear of the growth of communism, like fear of the growth of actual left-wing parties. So the fact that their vote total went up meant that a whole lot more of the center-right type factions said, yeah, you know what, we would far prefer this crazy dude. I mean, he's nuts, but at least he's not like them. And what they thought is they could control him. This is one of the things that people often said too about Trump, you know, because he's an idiot, but he's a talented politician. He's good at whipping up a certain type of voter, but not very clever himself. And because of that, people have underestimated consistently the kind of damage he can do. Keep in mind that Mustache Man is an idiot who has no education at all and had the same kind of like political talent for speaking to a particular type of person. And when you underestimate that, there are serious problems. But they thought he'd be easier to control, so they went with that. And then once you get in power, he ends up pushing through all kinds of quick changes that essentially make him a. I'm really trying to concatenate the story here. I'm conscious that that's not really our subject, you know, even though, again, I also teach European history, so I could ramble on this forever. They end up passing these enabling acts or whatever that give him dictatorial powers that are supposed to be temporary. But of course, at that point, he just shuts everything down and boom, it's a dictatorship. And initially, people are kind of mad about that, but also willing to roll with it and see what happens, because the economy is going to improve for some people seemingly in the short run, because there's a whole lot of state investment in different industries, right? They start dumping money into things, and they start getting out of a lot of the reparation type stuff. So they're not making payments to the other powers from World War I. And they start doing heavy investment in industry as well as in the military. And, you know, that's what pulled the U.S. out of like the last vestiges of the Great Depression was the military buildup. You know, all the weapons that we needed for World War II meant people needed jobs. So them starting to build stuff like that again put people to work. That alone would not have fixed things, because they actually, and this is underestimated a bit, but just they actually kind of badly mismanaged things too. They were badly overspending. There was all kinds of conflicting problems there. They were ultimately destroying the economy, and a lot of the workers that voted for them thinking things would be better, their working conditions went down and their wages went down. So more people had jobs, but you made less money. So it's an improvement for some, but not for all. And you can still at this point, and some people are tempted sometimes to credit the Yazidis themselves with a lot of the innovation in this period, because Germany is still an extremely innovative and dynamic country at this point. And we forget a lot of industries that, like the U.S. later dominates. Like, okay, Hollywood, for example, you know, the movie industry. Hollywood was not dominant, you know, in the 20s and 30s. There was significant competition from a lot of European film industries, and the German one was the biggest one. And we tend to forget that stuff today, you know. And they were ahead in tons of other areas, you know, in automobile production, tons of aviation, chemical engineering, electrical engineering. The first television, first television broadcasts were German. There was tons of great physicists. I mean, you guys know, like Einstein and people like that, you know, who had to flee later. He's German. You know, so there's a lot of ingenuity there, but that's not because of the Yazidis. They were badly mismanaging things, but they could build on the previous decades of development and all the stuff that was there before. So it is still kind of dynamic in some ways, and it lets them pull things out. Where this gets important for us here is that from the start, there are significantly authoritarian parts of this government. Communists and socialists begin being arrested immediately, and they start creating concentration camps for them. So you're going after political enemies first. But by 1935, they passed the Nürnberger Gesetze, the Nuremberg laws that are going to do all kinds of things to Jews, and then later be expanded to include also the Roma and Sinti peoples, sometimes called in English the Gypsies, and Afro-Germans. So the same laws will eventually apply to all of these categories of people. But it starts with the Jews. And sadly, this is a fun one for Americans. Some of this stuff is based on American racial segregation policies and eugenic policies. There was a lot of influence there, which really is unfortunate. But these stripped Jews of citizenship. They were no longer citizens in Germany. It blocked them from tons of professions. So you could only have Jewish clients. So if you are a lawyer or a dentist or something, and you're in Germany, right? And you can suddenly only have Jewish customers, but Jews make up 0.5% of the population, you're going to go out of business. There's no one you can treat. Jews were a really small part of the German population. So they're cut out of tons of professions. This is why so many ended up in Palestine. They also came here when they could, but of course there's quotas on migration everywhere else. So tons of countries didn't want more Jews, so they set a steep restriction on that. So when they couldn't get to somewhere else, they ended up going to Palestine, because at the time, the British mandate allowed them to do that. So this is one of the reasons they're being driven out. They're not citizens, and they can no longer make a living. They would just starve. So they packed up their shit, grabbed everything they could, and got the hell out. And they also started attacking like intermarriages, because they define Jews not the way Jews have ever defined Jews or the way Christians define Jews, but in terms of race science. So if you have a Jewish grandparent who converted to Christianity, you're a Jew, right? It's like a blood thing for them. Because again, they're insane racists. So they start forbidding all kinds of intermarriages and trying to break things up. It's terrible, right? And all of this is really grounded in a lot of conspiracies that tied Jews and communists together. So they blamed Jews for the creation of the Soviet Union, for example, right? So like Judeo-Bolshevism, they like squished them together. And I still see people doing that somehow socialism and Judaism are like linked together. It's weird. It's like Schrodinger's Jew. It's like you're simultaneously responsible for global communism, but also capitalism, right? So it's all the Rothschilds and the Bolsheviks. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It makes no sense at all. But again, they're just conspiracy theories. We don't have to get into that. Again, I'm just squishing a lot of this stuff together. The war itself also, I won't say much about it, but the war itself starts in September. What are you doing? Emma, 9. It's a kitten. So the war itself begins in in Europe at least on 1st September 1939 when they rolled into Poland. And this gets important here for the progress of the Shoah, because most of the Jews of Europe live in Poland or the Soviet Union. They live in the East, not in places like Germany. And it's suddenly going to get much more problematic for a lot of them because of that. He's going to put a whole lot more of Europe's Jews under their control. And there's tons of places where the war could have been stopped much sooner. Honestly, like the French, went across the border, looked around in Germany. There's no troops because they were all fighting in Poland because the Wehrmacht was still pretty small. And they just went back across the border and waited. They didn't carry it out. So everyone was sort of like afraid of another big war. So it's sort of a problem there. Hello. But the war itself is not really important for us. Other than one other piece there, from June of 1941, the invasion of the Soviet Union, that's going to put a whole lot more Jews under German control. Because again, massive Soviet Jewish population at the time. And what you end up with here is by the end of 42, they control a vast territory in Europe, and in that they start looking for what they can do to make the future world that they want. And there's a lot of weird things about that. They had to lie to their own population throughout a lot of it too. They understood that if Germans really found out just how bad they were, and there's tons of hints, there's tons of things that they knew, but people were able to lie to themselves and deny it because the government was lying about it and denying it. But what they were telling themselves is that we need to do something terrible now so that the world will thank us later. And that's how they're viewing a lot of this stuff. A lot of earlier ideas about just trying to drive people out, because again, they only really wanted to control Europe anyway. They abandoned in the course of the war and start thinking in terms of outright extermination. And it's the fog of war that makes that possible. It's the fact that no one is around. This is one of the reasons that, a certain country in the Mideast frequently targets journalists. Like, the more you know, the harder it is for people to get away with stuff. This is a truism in wars in general. People generally don't like war correspondents. The U.S. cut that back a lot. You see from the 1991 Gulf conflict, they embedded journalists with the troops instead of letting them do their own thing. So what they're getting is the propaganda line. This is not restricted to any one power. It's controlling the flow of information is important. I don't know what you heard, Emily. Oh, no. No, I was talking about Israel. Although Turkey does have one of the highest rates of journalists in prison. They go after journalists a lot. But I mean, no, snipers are taking out, Kazan journalists all the time. But that's the same kind of shit you've got here. You don't have independent correspondents walking around in Poland that can see this stuff, so they figure they can get away with it. So they do. So our little scenic detour into the Shoah, or what sometimes on TikTok I have to call H-cost or something. I actually that word is kind of a pet peeve of mine, because if you look at it's an older word. It technically means a burnt offering to God. It's a sacrificial pyre. It's a really theologically problematic word to apply to an event like this, because it kind of says God wanted it to happen. So I've never liked it. We're sort of stuck with it. But I tend to prefer the Hebrew Shoah, because it doesn't have that that history, that awfulness to it as well. It's not just Jews that are going to suffer in this. They're about half of the total casualties. If we stick with the the most common figures of about 11 million unalived, Jews are 5.5 million of that. So they're half of it. The rest are Poles and Russians and Ukrainians and Roma. And then there's also like Jehovah's Witnesses and socialists and queers and transsexual people, transgender people, all kinds of people get wrapped up in this stuff. It's terrible how many people went into it. But Jews make up the single largest chunk. So there's a lot of attention applied to that. There's a distinction between the ways that they took them out. And I want to say, while again, this might seem tangential, I want to give you a few points of real, genuine horror to understand the way that the community trauma builds up, as well as the way a lot of Christian groups will have an incredible amount of sympathy for the Jews and will then turn a blind eye to what Israel does. So first off, there's concentration camps. And note that concentration camps are not death camps. They're places where you're like locking up tons of people. It's basically like they're just prisons for political prisoners or social undesirables. And often are used for labor. So they're like slave labor camps too in many cases. Conditions are terrible there. In the course of the conflict, hundreds of thousands will perish in these camps, largely from overwork, starvation, and disease. But their purpose isn't explicitly the immediate unaliving of people. The concentration camps are from the very beginning of the Nazi administration, and tons of people are going into them. And then Jews start flowing into them later too. But it's the death camps that are much, much worse in terms of removing large numbers of people. There are 6 of those. 3 of them are dual purpose camps. So Auschwitz-Birkenau, Chelmno, and Majdanek all are they're labor camps, they're concentration camps, but they also have extermination facilities. And you guys, I don't have to probably have to tell you like how some of that stuff works, but like push people into the fake shower rooms and dump in the Cyclone Bay and and then take out the bodies and burn them, and then somebody goes and has to hose it off and repaint it, and then rinse, repeat, just keep going over. It's like industrial scale slaughter. When people try to deny this shit, we inherited 6,000 tons of Nazi documents about what they did. Oh, I said the right word. The word right. Oops, sorry. We inherited a lot of material. Like we know what they were doing. We even have like purchase orders for the doors that went onto gas chambers. I mean, like the details that survive are astonishing. Ooh, a kitty! Look at that! There's a little kitty. I like you. Sorry, little TikTok animation. You've got 3 of them that are like dual purpose camps. There's labor facilities, but they're also exterminating people in large numbers. And then there's 3 camps, the Aktia and Reinhardt camps, that are purpose built killing fields. That's Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belgic. And these were built in the middle of nowhere, and they laid down fresh train tracks to them. And what they did was they went to all the towns and cities and villages around there, gathered up all the Jews that were close enough by, trained them into that one spot, and then unalived them. And these camps were all dismantled before the war was over because they had done their job. They had removed all the Jews in the area. They were horrifically efficient extermination facilities. And today they're just big open fields, surrounded by, the forest can't recover because when you bury that much human ash, trees can't grow back. There are places where today when it rains, bits of human bone wash up to the surface. And I swear you can physically do this. You can push your hand into the soil and pull out handfuls of human ash to the present. The areas where these happened are horrifying killing fields. So that's the 3 Reinhardt camps. So there's 6 of these facilities here, but that's not it. And like the Shoah deniers like to point to the numbers and say, well, look, that the numbers don't quite match up for what goes here, so this must all be fake. Well, what they're leaving out is the Einsatzgruppen that I'll get to in a moment. So there's still a couple more million that will go in totally different ways. The camps are not the only place that people are taken out. But keep in mind too, and this is one thing that gets me a lot. I get this from Zionists, and I see red. I want to charge. They'll call you a capo, if you're supporting Palestinians, I get called a capo all the time. Those are Jews who are put in charge of barracks in concentration camps. So Jews who are basically working for the Yazis, which is really fucked up. They did this to a lot of people. You have the entire like the Sonderkommando at the extermination camps, where it was actually Jews who had to lead people into the chambers and take them to the crematoria and everything else. They were doing all the work. They were basically enslaved to do it. And this is just, there's a psychology to this. Like, people can be pushed into terrible situations for the hope of living a little bit longer. Maybe the situation will change in a few days and you'll survive, you know, but after a few months of doing this, everybody who did this, they always get just lined up and taken out, because you're mentally dead after a while, you know, going through and doing all this work. It's horrifying. So it's, but yeah, the way that they frequently will argue, attack anti-Zionist Jews and connect them to these groups, like to the Kapos and the Sonderkommando, I get angry about that shit. But the whole so yeah, a lot of people have heard of like Auschwitz-Birkenau, so that's 1.5 million there. The Reinhardt camps together, they take out another 2 million. So there's a lot there. And then you've got all these different like labor camps. Some of the worst ones, like 200,000 died in Mauthausen. There's tens of thousands of them at a whole bunch of other camps scattered all over the place. So they were, again, awful too, but they're different, right? So there's dozens of camps, but 6, extermination camps, and the death tolls are astonishing there. But the Einsatzgruppen take out another 2 million. And the problem here is the Soviet Union, the gauge of train track is different. The Russian Empire built trains at a narrower gauge. So you still today, you cannot take a train straight from Paris to Moscow without stopping at a border. So as you're passing from like Poland into Belarus, it like lifts the top, like the carriage off and puts it on a different chassis. And then you carry on because the tracks are different. And they don't want to redo all the tracks in the country. So the Nazis can't use their trains, which means they can't use the camps. So they send roving bands of killers, right? And these are just often ordinary people. They're not hardened SS men. This is where, again, the psychology is important to understand. They're often just ordinary people asked to do something terrible. And it's like, okay, so, man, I need some volunteers for an operation. We're going to go into a village and we're going to get rid of some enemies of the state. And I know this is going to be hard work because they're going to look like civilians and it's going to be terrible, but I can't force you to do it, but I just want to volunteer. And maybe like one person's like, okay. And the next time it's like 2 people. And next time it's 3 people. Next thing you know, you got a whole detachment of people willing to walk in and take out babies, take out children. Right, you want to understand why in the current conflict we're seeing people willing to do that. It's the radicalization and it's the circumstances that they're put in. The terror, the circumstances, the fear of being there, and their own fear of H group and everything else, along with all the radicalization and the indoctrination that they've gotten. People will do horrifying shit. It doesn't mean they're somehow like naturally terrible people. It's the circumstances that fuck people up, and this happens over and over again around the world. We have accounts of like middle-aged reserve police officers that were deployed to the Eastern Front and ended up being caught up in this kind of movement, and they're detailing themselves in their journal entries about this, the process and how it happens and how it gets worse and worse, and then they end up like steadily desensitized to it. They're like forcing people to dig their own graves and then like pew-pewing the back of their heads, or they're like lining them up in front of synagogues and using the machine guns, or they're locking them inside them and setting them on fire. It starts off like much simpler, like more like, okay, here, just dig a grave and I'm just gonna like put 1 bullet and be done. But within a few months, you're like literally like urinating on them as they're dying. Like you kind of like get completely desensitized to it. It's like horrifying, the psychological processes. If anyone's interested in readings on this, there's a lot of study of how this works, but they scattered around through this area, and again, another 2 million people go down from that. And the key here is, at the end of this, we have to deal with the numbers. We have to deal with what actually happened. The camps themselves in the east, again, the Reinhardt camps were dismantled. So we have the locations, we have all the details around them. There's like, archaeology you can do on it, and we have all the documents, but they finished their job and were dismantled. The 3 other, the dual purpose ones, were all liberated by the Soviets, and often in terrible ways, like The SS guys just split. The Red Army showed up. They opened the gates. Some of the survivors got great, because soldiers can be terrible in wartime. And then they were just let to wander around and just wandering around through Europe. So some people were wandering around all the way up until the beginning of 1950. There were still tons of survivors of this, oftentimes stuck living in former concentration camps that were then just rebranded as displaced persons camps, and with nowhere to go because no country wanted them. So this is why some of them ended up in Israel, right? Because they're still stuck there because no one else will take them, and they're trapped. But many of them just wandered around, for months, or like trapped, living off the land, trying to survive somehow, and then finally like getting corralled by the Allies into more concentration camps, which are just terrible themselves. Americans often, and Brits and whatever, often only saw the concentration camps, because the death camps were all in Poland, and the Soviets got there. But the scenes that Americans came back with are bad enough. So I want to really underscore a point here. All the worst shit happened in Poland and the Soviet Union, so further east, and things that Americans and Brits never saw, because the Red Army got to all those areas, right? So they don't see the worst of this. What they got to was the surviving concentration camps. And when they got there, they found whole rooms piled with bodies to the ceiling, or like unfinished mass graves that they had to finish the job for them. I mean, you have British soldiers having to drive bulldozers to push corpses into a Yahtzee mass grave to finish off the job, because you can't leave that many bodies out rotting. It'll cause disease outbreaks. I mean, they're having to finish the job for them, and seeing the starving. Okay, so think about we have stories of American soldiers. So you show up at the camp, and there's these people, and they're emaciated, they're starving to death, right? They're just shriveled down to nothing, and you're like, holy shit! So you dig into your pack and you pull out some rations and you hand them something to eat. You guys know that if a person if the body is in starvation mode, you can't eat. It'll unalive you. It'll take you out. So we have American soldiers who are mentally scarred by handing a piece of bread to somebody, and then the person's stomach explodes and they just drop in front of them because they ate. It's a long process to bring people back from the brink of starvation, and they come back and they're scarred by this shit. There's a lot of consequences to this, good and bad. One of the good ones is a lot of American Jews got heavily involved in the civil rights struggles in the American South, and trying to change this country. It made a lot more of this country's Jews much more liberal and left, because they got to see just how bad this shit was. It helped them to understand nationalism, racism, all this stuff is toxic as fuck. In the long run, though, Israel will work really hard to co-opt a lot of that, especially by the time you get to the 1960s, to try and draw them more into their own kind of nationalism. And this is where the Arab-Israeli wars play a part in that. And there's a whole lot of other shit that time-wise we don't get into today. But we'll get to when we come back to this in a month or two, and we can talk about the 50s and 60s. I'll walk you through some of the changes that start radicalizing some American Jews in the opposite direction. But initially, a lot of them come back and they're horrified. And this is true also for tons of other American soldiers and British soldiers, Christian soldiers. They're seeing this shit and they're like, holy fuck, are you kidding me? Up until this point, being anti-Semitic, being anti-Jewish, being Judeophobic was not a problem. People were fine with it. I mean, nobody had a problem with the Klan. Nobody had a problem with that kind of racism. Nobody had a problem with anti-Semitism. You could be elected to the presidency as an outright anti-Semite, very public anti-Semite. Nobody cared. But since this point, you really can't, because a lot of people came to understand just how fucked up it is, because they saw the consequences of letting that belief system run rampant. And this is one of the places too. One of the things that we've seen most in the last year, and you've seen massive increases in support for Palestinians and the Palestine cause. It's largely because we can see this shit with our own fucking eyes, because it's being live streamed as it's happening. And a lot of Americans are going, holy shit. And it's changing minds. Sometimes you just have to see it. It's too abstract sometimes to listen to some hairy weirdo ranting at you and lecturing on a past issue. Sometimes you have to experience it in some way. And those soldiers, they got to see a lot of the survivors coming out of this, and they got to see the piles of bodies and everything else, and it had a huge impact. And we had to face certain consequences afterwards. This is going to have a huge political impact too, because all these governments knew about it. I mean, the U.S. Army Air Force, because the Air Force didn't exist, it was still part of the Army, but we have detailed surveillance photos that actually identified gas chamber, crematoria, barracks. We knew exactly how these camps worked. And there were some proposals made every now and then to, why don't we just like try to slow it down, bomb the train tracks or something? And it was always vetoed by the Americans. No, we're going to focus on military assets, economic assets. What's happening to the Jews doesn't really matter to us. It's not a war aim. People like to look back at World War II as the good war because Yazis were terrible. But we forget that that's not why any government got in the war. No one got in the war to save Jews. It wasn't the point at all. All the way through to the end of the war, no one was trying. In fact, some American commander, it bugs me that so many people still today like look back at Patton as this great military commander and like, General Patton was awesome. Patton was a raging anti-Semite that thought that we were on the wrong side of the war. He thought we should have allied with the Yazis and attacked the Soviets, and he was horrifically anti-Semitic. I mean, this stuff was not unusual among Americans at the time, and we forget that. We knew what was happening, and we let it happen. When journalists were breaking stories because Polish partisans were smuggling things out and sneaking pictures and bringing accounts, and there were survivors who escaped, and they were bringing their stories out, and newspapers were talking about it, the government kept denying it and saying this isn't a problem. So after the war, they have a problem, and Israel is partly their solution to that problem. So to close this topic, I want to note that the actual causes of the hatreds that led to these deaths were never dealt with by the US, by the Germans, by anybody. What they did was they transposed it somehow. What they did was, instead of saying, let's look at our own culture and society and figure out why are we such racist shitheels to Jews, instead they said, you know what, I'm going to support the Zionists, and that means I'm not anti-Semitic anymore. If I support Israel and let Israel do whatever it wants, I'm not an anti-Semite. I feel good. This is why there is such a conflation between Jew and Zionist, and between Jews and Israel, because it serves the political interests and the social and cultural interests of a lot of the major imperial powers. They don't want to examine their own history of racism and their own responsibility for what happened here. Instead, they escape all that hard work of self-examination and they push it off to somebody else, and they make it someone else's problem. And who suffers for that? Fucking Palestinians do. This is one of the things that I am so offended by as an American Jew who studies G-sides. This is why I get so pissed about this, is because we didn't solve the problem that caused this shit in the first place, and all we did was we made somebody else pay the price for it. So this decision, it helped the Germans escape, their own legacy of hate. It helped the Americans. It helped everybody else to say, oh yeah, no, we're totally not anti-Semites. Absolutely never dealt with the problem, never really looked at it. So keep that in mind. It's one of the other reasons I need to talk about this, because I tried to preface earlier. I kept saying what happens in the Shoah is not why Israel was created, but it has a huge long-term effect on our support for it, on the political support for it and economic support for it, as well as a lot of the cultural support for it. It's the way people look at it. They connect these events, but they're distinct. They're different things. And to help people decouple those events, we have to be able to deal with that legacy. If we can get people to face the racist history of our own cultures and societies, honestly, the racist foundations of Christianity, in Christian anti-Judaism, if we can face these things and really deal with those legacies, then we can actually kind of learn the lessons of the Shoah and move past these events. But until we do that work, we can't, and we're going to keep conflating the issues, and people are going to keep doing that because it's easy. It's super easy because it's to the Israelis' advantage to do that too. They want people to confuse these issues. They want us to think Jew and Israeli are the same thing, so that we keep supporting Israel, because otherwise there will be another Shoah. The causes are different though, and we can deal with those causes. And this is something that honestly we all in this community should be a part of as well, helping people to understand the dangers of ethno-nationalism. If you understand why Zionism is bad, it's not because it's not because of the victim. If you're only interested in this because you don't want people like you to be hurt, part of your belief system is still part of the problem. it's not that it's that's Palestinians that's a problem. It's that any group of people targeted on the basis of their identity is fucking wrong. And we need to fix that shit. And fixing that helps us to decouple this. It breaks the Zionist narrative. It breaks the Zionist link to Jews in the diaspora and the fear that they can cultivate. And that fear amongst Jews around the world of another event like this keeps people plunking down for Israel and doing whatever they want. That's the key there. We will be stuck with this problem forever if we can't also address this legacy. So sorry for the, I don't know, whatever, however long this took here, rant on this, but that's kind of why we have to deal with it. So I'm going to pause for a second and see if anybody has any thoughts or questions on this topic before I deal with then a few issues in the 1940s in Israel as our closing point. I want to look at like the immediate aftermath, how the UN gets involved, and why the Nakba starts. It'll be our last points. But this is kind of like a take a breath for a moment here and stop imagining punching Yahtzees. So we'll take a quick pause. Does anybody have any thoughts?
Yeah, I see a question from Verena Fraser.
Mm-hmm.
She's asking, how has Russia memorialized the death camps differently than the West?
They don't do a whole lot of it today, especially since the politics in Russia today are pretty far right. And the Russians, and to a lesser extent the Soviets and their leadership, never truly dealt with their own cultural legacy of anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism either. The Soviet Union remained a deeply anti-Semitic state until its collapse, and Russia today is still an anti-Semitic state. So they didn't really deal with it any better. One difference, and this is nothing to do with the Jews, but more to do with their own losses in fighting the Yahtzees. They did something better about dealing with the Yahtzees themselves. They actually had a lot more trials and a lot more, like to deal with this stuff, because the U.S. frequently just put Yahtzees right back to work. We put them right back in administrative positions in West Germany. We brought some of them here. Like, the only reason we had the Nuremberg trials at all, where some of the top surviving Yahtzee leaders went on trial, the only reason that happened is that we had the Soviets also pushing for it. And the Grand Alliance demanded it. We didn't want that kind of crap. It's why we didn't do the same kind of tribunals in Japan. Japanese war criminals got away scot-free. We didn't do the same thing there because we occupied it ourselves. This is one of the reasons I like to point out the U.S. is not the good guy. We have a lot of fucked up shit in our own history, and if we don't deal with that stuff, we can't get better. So the Soviets didn't do much better overall. They did go after like surviving Yahtzees and Yahtzee ideology better, but not really the racist or anti-Semitic parts. They kind of swept a lot of that under the rug too and didn't really deal with it.
Thank you. There's another question. This is from Benny Maru. Say, what are the similarities between Trump and the mustache man?
There's a surprisingly large number of them, and not just in like funky personal areas, but also in the ideology of the movement. Comparing Trumpism to Yahtsism, there are a lot of interesting parallels there. And I think a lot of, especially a lot of scholars too, we've tended to downplay some of that stuff because we're afraid of seeming like we're exaggerating something, or you're afraid of the political consequences of making those kind of parallels. But I think it's dishonest not to. It's the same thing though. It's not just Trump. It's also Le Pen. You got the same shit in Italy and France, and in Germany today with the AfD. Like, there's a lot of these far right reactionary movements in tons of countries that all reflect the same basic cultural politics as classic era fascists. The main difference is that they're looking more for disguising it with a managed democracy, minority rule, as opposed to military rule. But beyond that, the basic belief systems are broadly similar, and we really should be paying a lot more attention to those parallels. It's why you can get people everything like, oh, we need a complete shutdown on Muslims entering the U.S., the whole Muslim ban crap, or the concentration camps along the border, the heavy policing down there, the way that they reflexively support U.S. police just like taking people out on the streets, oh, they suspected he was a criminal, so of course the police should do that. Like, that kind of attitude, that's what leads us towards shit like this. And there's so I talk a little bit about this actually in the podcast episode that's going to come out on Monday. It's only like an hour and 20 minutes or something, so it's just scratching the surface of a much bigger topic. But I talk a bit about how to define fascist movements in general and some of the parallels with our modern politics, and especially with Trumpism. So if anybody's interested, I'd say like check that out on Monday too. That might be a good starting point. But it's something we can definitely talk about a lot in other future ones, or on my lives or other things or whatever. But there's a surprisingly large number of connections between the MAGA movement and classic era fascists.
Yeah, that will be an interesting topic. I have another question from Kurdistan and beyond. He's asking your opinion about Brian Marines and his research on the U.S. and Germany in World War II military.
Brian who?
Brian Mark
Riggs.
The name isn't sounding familiar. I'm not sure if I'm hearing it right, but it doesn't sound familiar. Brian.
What's your opinion on Brian Mark Riggs' research on Jews in German World War II?
Rig.
The last name is
Rig. Yeah. He's a military historian. I don't remember. I've encountered his name somewhere, and I can't remember in what context. I don't have any of his stuff yet. I don't do a lot of military history specifically, so people who write usually from that perspective, I don't usually get into. But I know he's also done some work on the Mischlinge, what the Germans called that, like the mixed race, and I don't know how that, like what he said about them. That would be the only thing that would actually interest me on it. As far as like topics that I know that I know of that he's worked on, but I've never read him, so I really can't say anything. I mean, the
next question that I had it write down is for Cheddar Biscuit.
Yeah.
He's asking you for some book recommendations on the topic.
On which topic, or which part of something?
We're talking about the World War II, right?
Oh gosh. Cheddar just hit me up. I mean, there's whole libraries worth of material on this stuff. I only have 6 shelves on it. But I do have 6 shelves on the Yahtzees, and that's rather a lot. So I'd want to know what specifically you're looking for. I mean, there's a shelf and a half on the Shoah, and there's a ton on like Yahtsism and like the political structures and the economy, everything else. There's a lot of things that I got, and I do have some military histories on that kind of stuff. Although again, military history is not my big area, but I do have some. But yeah, it'd be easier to like just send me a message, and we'll figure out exactly what you're most interested in, and I can get something from there, because otherwise I'm not sure where to start.
All right. I also have 2 questions. My first question was, so I'm glad you said it, and because I mean everything is anti-Semitic, and sometimes we just can't say stuff. You said that it was actually worse in Poland and other countries. Why is Poland and these other countries that committed all these atrocities against Jews during that time not held to the same standard that they holding Germany to?
Oh, not no worse than this. The actions took place in those areas, but under German occupation. So they took place in German-occupied Poland and German-occupied Soviet territory. The areas, though, it's kind of mixed, and there is a lot of criticism in some places. There were a lot of Poles who actively aided the Yahtzees, just like there were Ukrainians and Russians and Latvians, all kinds of people that actively helped out, largely because they grew up as good traditional Christians, and Christians used to be taught to hate Jews. And that was just normal, and it still is to some degree. There is a core of anti-Judaism that's actually theologically baked into Christianity and takes a lot of work to get out. This is one thing where Christianity is more of a problem this way than Islam is. But But there's a lot of people who definitely participated. But there were also tons of people who fought back against it. There were tons of Polish partisans fighting the Nazis who worked with and helped Jews to escape, and those Jews fought with them as also partisans. So it's a mixed bag. It's not like it wasn't the country that was doing something, but there were definitely terrible people in those countries that helped the Nazis, but there were also people who, what the term out of that like, Yad Vashem uses, like the Holocaust Museum, like, like the righteous among the nations. They think about good people who actually stepped up to help out, when a lot of people just turned the other way and didn't help, or actively made it worse. There are good people in every country that helped out, but also a lot of shitheels that helped.
Mm. So my other question is a follow-up question to one of Mariama's questions about Donald Trump. Why does he get away with so much H-man hit rhetoric? He even quotes the book Mein Kampf in a speech, and he gets away with it.
Yeah,
and when we say the slightest little thing that is not even anti-Semitic, we're being burned.
Well, in our case, I only bring it up I would bring it up only like strategically, because it makes it harder to deal with the Palestine issue and save Palestinian lives. But people attack pro-Palestine people, but don't attack him because they are still racist as fuck. They've never really dealt with that. There's a lot of this country that's why I mentioned that all of these countries that were involved in this never really dealt with why it happened. So we teach the history of the Shoah and we introduce people to the events, but we don't really help people to understand why they happened, because we have the same basic cultural belief systems in these countries. And they never went away, which means all that shit can still work. So he can use exactly the same rhetoric, and all people know is they know Mustache Man bad, so they don't want to make that parallel, so they'll deny it. No, that's not really that. He's not like that. No, that's hyperbolic bullshit. But he's literally paraphrasing, Mussolini and Mustache Man all the time, and you get like blood and soil kind of like fascist speeches, but they deny it. Now, they deny it for two reasons. One is many of them are ignorant as fuck. A lot of people in Trump's base are people with less than a 6th grade reading level, and they just don't know enough of this stuff. And that's just, the Department of Education says that 50% of the American adults have less than a 6th grade reading level. You want to know why this country is so fucked up? We keep graduating a lot of people that never even develop a high school level vocabulary. That's a problem. But there's ignorance and laziness involved there, but there's also an ideological reason to deny it. And this is something that overlaps a lot with the problems with Zionism too. If you if you don't want to challenge your own beliefs and you want people to share a similar belief, right, then you have to deny the bad parts of it. You have to escape that connection. So if somebody can say your guy is like this terrible guy, that would be a problem, and that could challenge my identity. It could challenge my social relations, all the people around me waving their flags and putting on their hats. It could alienate me from my community if I were to accept that, so I have to deny it. I have a psychological incentive to shut it out, because there are serious consequences to people socially for changing their belief systems, as well as personally, the identity crises that people would have. A lot of the so-called American conservative movement has been knee-deep in fascist rhetoric for 70 years now. Since a little bit after World War II, they started recycling these things and calling it conservatism and introducing more and more of the same basic views. And it started becoming significant nationally as early as 1964. By the time you get to Reagan, there's a lot of explicitly fascist elements in this country already. That's why Trump gets away with it, because Trump isn't that much different from fucking Ronald Reagan. All that's different about him is he's crass and he speaks at a 4th grade level. But that's it. It's this. All the views are the same. Reagan just disguised them more effectively. So we've been steadily normalizing these views for decades. So they don't associate Trump with Mustache Man, who's in another country far away that they don't know anything about. They associate him with Reagan and Goldwater and shit like that. That's a bigger problem for us. Americans don't know enough, and we have good psychological reasons to deny things and not let it in, because it terrifies us to actually, no one wants to think they're the bad guy. The Nazis thought they were the good guys. They thought they were doing the right thing. Everyone's always like that. They don't want to think that they're doing something bad, but everyone knows concentration camp bad. They know that there are some things that happened in World War II that are just not defensible in public today. So they can't be associated with that. They can't accept that parallel. They have to reject it somehow.
All right. Got it.
Cool, Ever?
Any other questions, Mariama? Hello?
None of our part. Let me scan the comments super quick. No, you give me good. Emily, Daddy, la la la. No, everybody is good. I don't think we miss any other questions.
You want to continue, Dr. Leo?
Sure. Just a second. I couldn't resist something here. Okay. Let's see. So, getting back to Palestine. Okay, so there's one really nasty piece I have to introduce here, connecting Palestine into this situation, and it's not about Palestine or Palestinians. It's about one particular Palestinian, but the Haji Amin al-Husseini, when he fled into exile, he eventually ended up in Nazi Germany, and he spent the war recording anti-Semitic propaganda to try and recruit European Muslims to fight with the Nazis in the Waffen-SS. So he worked to recruit like Bosnians and Chechens and whatnot, and various Muslims in to support them, and said a lot of really horrifying shit. And it's part of a long-term conflation that ultimately we can still see reflected as late as like the first H group covenant, which finally, fortunately, they amended in 2017. But there are some aspects there where you're linking together Jews and Zionists, and you're misusing some scriptural aspects and some religious ideas in some genuinely awful ways, because what they're seeing is here is a group here in Europe that are fighting Jews, and there are Jews here, so that must mean the same thing, and they just squish it together because, and honestly, some of this is just honest ignorance. They just didn't know enough about this stuff. So one short quote here, like, "Arise, O sons of Arabia, fight for your sacred rights, slaughter Jews wherever you find them. Their spilled blood pleases Allah, our history and religion. That will save our honor." That's a genuinely horrifying statement to make, especially around this time. And people still use that. Now, we've seen, like, just a few years ago, Netanyahu did a little speech where he deliberately blamed al-Husseini for the Shoah. And tried to, because there's a meeting. At one point, he managed to finally arrange a meeting with Mittler, whatever we're supposed to call it. And he put that off a long time. He didn't want to meet with him. Like, the mustache man didn't want to meet with him. But he wanted to use him. He wanted to manipulate him in order to recruit Muslims to fight for the Nazis. But he finally agreed to a meeting, and they sat down. We have the minutes that survived from this meeting. But what Netanyahu said about it was that he's like, he says, al-Husseini says, well, if you chase them out of Europe, they'll all come here, and we don't want them here. So Mustache Man says, well, what should we do with them? And al-Husseini says, burn them. So he's like, was directly blaming Palestinians for the Shoah. That is so completely false that Israel's own Holocaust Memorial Museum, Yad Vashem, immediately issued a press release saying, yeah, our prime minister is lying his ass off. That's bullshit. That didn't happen. Because it didn't. But it doesn't mean Husseini wasn't a piece of shit, because he was. Now, honestly, again, there are honest mistakes here, ignorance, conflation in his own mind. He didn't know. He's linking together Jew and Zionist. But the consequences of what he did, the actual words that he put out there, the actual things that he did and said are deeply problematic. And you can find photos of him not only sitting with Mustache Man, but also walking with Heinrich Himmler, the architect of the whole thing, or like, again, recruiting like Azerian, Chechen, and Bosnian recruits to fight here. So it's really kind of fucked up. But people blend it in, and what they try to do is they try to blame Palestinians as a whole. We need to reject that. But the best way to reject the association between Palestinians and the Shoah is at least to acknowledge that what Husseini did is fucked up, right? We have to at least own that and say, okay, yes, this person did terrible shit. We can try to understand why he did and the sources of information he had that put him on that path, like the ignorance that he had that put him there, but he genuinely did wrong shit. In the same way that tons of the Christians in Eastern Europe gladly signed up with the Waffen-SS and helped to take out Jews, because that was just their own traditional belief system and ignorance. They didn't know any better. We need to know better and deal with this stuff. And we have to find a way to neuter that connection, because Zionists will keep making that connection. And it does work with people. I've seen people that get convinced by that kind of rhetoric that and start thinking, oh, Palestinians are just as bad. We have the way to do this really is effectively to deal with his legacy and set that aside. So there's my one little rant about al-Husseini. Let's set him aside and move on here. There is, during the war itself, we already talked about Haganah and Irgun. So you guys remember who they are. Our labor-affiliated larger paramilitary, and then our revisionist-affiliated, our far-right paramilitary. During World War II, there's a ton of volunteers from Mandatory Palestine that go and fight with the Brits, largely because the Yazidis were terrible. So not only do you had World War I veterans, now you're going to have World War II veterans. This is one of the reasons that the Israeli military is going to have some significant organizational advantages in putting together its own structure. It has a lot of people with direct military experience to build on, which a lot of the surrounding Arab powers have none of. So a bunch of people go and fight there. And during the war, there's kind of a truce where Irgun was earlier on taking shots at the Brits too. They stopped during the war and they didn't do it anymore. But they split and Lehi founded. Lehi is more often, I think, in English called the Stern Gang, but Lehi is the Hebrew acronym for it. It's the way they're better known in a lot of scholarship. And what they are is they break off from Irgun as like a super far-right faction that just doesn't care. And there's a reason to mention this too, because for a lot of the Zionists, what was happening to traditional Jews in Europe didn't really matter, because they were the Jews who didn't adopt nationalism. They were the Jews who didn't become Zionists. So as far as a lot of them are concerned, they got what was coming to them. If they had just been strong like us and fought back, then it wouldn't have happened to them in the first place. That's the attitude some of these assholes took, right? It's not everybody, but some of them definitely had that attitude. And for groups like Lehi, they felt that they still had to get the British out, because the British were the single biggest obstacle to seizing control. Because without the Brits there, they could defeat the Palestinians and create their state. So they kept doing attacks. So during World War II, while the British are fighting the Yazidis, the Stern Gang was still like lynching British soldiers and shit, so still kind of a problem. And actually, they stick around as a bit of a problem later too. This takes us a bit further, but just it's sort of out of sequence. But actually, the guys who later took out Folk Bernadotte, the Swedish diplomat who was appointed by the UN to try and mediate and solve a problem there, they assassinated him in Jerusalem. So here, some genuinely bad actors. But Irgun is bad too. And after the war, the truce was off. And there's a lot of attacks that follow after that. The most famous of them, and some of you guys may have heard of this one, the bombing of the King David Hotel. One thing to keep in mind about that is it wasn't just a hotel at the time. It was actually serving as part of the mandatory administration. So there were government offices in there. So that's why it was targeted. It was targeted because this was connected to the British mandate. There are British officials working in here, and they planted bombs on there. And they, you've got a troll here about the Houthis, I think. There's a. They call them up and they say, "Hi, we've wired explosives in here, and we're going to destroy the building." And the British official takes that in as one of those, "I don't negotiate with TS. I'm not going to deal with that." And everyone just goes to work. So 91 people lost their lives in that because they refused to take the warning seriously. And this is part of the reason, if you add in the attacks all by Lehi as well as the ones after the war by Irgun, it's making the mandate ungovernable for them. It's showing them that there's no way they can make this work, that they have, by this point, completely screwed the pooch. They messed the mandate up completely. So go back to the very beginning of today when we started around around 11ish, I noted that the British were initially not fully on one side or the other and trying to basically use Jews to help control a Palestine mandate. They are realizing by this point that by embracing so many Zionists into the land, they have made the creation of Palestine impossible. Palestine was always intended to be an Arab country or attached to another Arab country like Jordan. It was always going to be Arab, but they were going to have a Jewish population there that would be more Europeanized, that would help them to assimilate some of the population, make them more loyal to the British Empire in the long run, and connect Palestine to the UK long term. That was the goal. That failed completely, and they're realizing this. They're realizing that the Zionists are much more radical and far more determined to create a separate ethno-state. And that's part of the significant shift in this period. You have a shift on both sides. It's not just the attacks on the far right. So I mentioned Irgun and Lehi attacks there, and obviously the revisionists are saying a lot of shit about this in the creation of like their own state and keep the boot in the neck, so to speak. But the labor movement is increasingly ethno-national. And they're radicalized by a lot of events like the Arab Revolt and by World War II. And during World War II, essentially there's an internal coup that takes place in the Zionist left, in the Zionist labor movement, that puts ethno-nationalists like Ben Gurion completely in control. And all the people who wanted to still work with Palestinians, all the people who wanted some kind of binationality, some kind of like a state for all peoples in the territory, they lost all of their influence. World War II is when that collapses, like, and all of it's gone. And at that point, you have people like Biltmore in 42. Ben Gurion says, "We are aiming for 100% of Palestine. We'll take all of it, and we're going to chase the people out. It's our country now. Fuck this." Right? There's no room for compromise anymore. So a lot of the events that took place in Palestine over the previous 20 years, plus all this shit in Europe, has allowed the movement to become far more radicalized, and allowed a lot more people to identify with it in the diaspora. And there's a lot more support coming in from outside to support the movement there. This is, again, one of the reasons the Shoah is relevant. It gets a lot more American and European Jews and Christians to care about this shit. So by 1948, when the mandate was supposed to either be renewed or expire, Britain is just, they give up. They're going to throw in the towel completely on this, and it becomes like solely a UN problem. We have with the new United Nations. The UN is formed during World War II at a conference in San Francisco, and then after the war, it's all put together, and they get their permanent headquarters in New York and the rest of that shit. But one of the first really nasty problems they're dealing with is Palestine. So UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, is formed in April of 1947. So it's got a little time. It's got about a year before the mandate expires to figure this crap out. And it goes back to what they did with the Peel partition. Like, it goes back to 1937 and says, you know what, let's see if we can divide this land up. And still, this is another place where all your dishonest assholes like Prager, you are going to tell you Palestinians were offered a state. They weren't. They weren't at the table. They weren't invited. They actually said, "Hi, we don't like what you're talking about. We would like to be at the table. We would like to participate in this. Can we slow this process down and get us at the table too?" And they said, "Nah, we don't need you," and carried on. So the Arab state that would have come out of that division, it again would have just been attached to Jordan as opposed to being a Palestinian entity. Like with the Peel Commission, there are multiple maps that they go through, multiple variations. They're trying to figure out different ways. So it's a bunch of like outside asshole imperialists taking their markers to maps and let's see if we can figure out how to divide this land up fairly. And never mind that in all the territory you're looking at, the populations were still intermixed. There's no place where it was solely one population or the other. They were always intermingled. So it would have involved significant ethnic cleansing had this actually happened. But this is another place where they say that the partition would have, like, this was an opportunity for the Palestinians. It's not, because A, it wasn't offered a Palestinian state. B, they weren't even at the table. And C, it didn't happen at all. The UN General Assembly, which at the time, again, still very small because most of the world was colonized literally at the time. But it's like, I think it won with only like 33 votes, if that tells you how small the UN was at the time. But there's Britain doesn't even vote. They just abstained on it. But The General Assembly voted on this. And if anyone knows anything about how the UN charter is written, the General Assembly resolutions mean nothing. Only Security Council resolutions are binding on member states. The General Assembly just represents the opinions of the world, and you hope that the Security Council takes them up. Beyond that, its main role is all the different institutions connected to it, all the cultural, medical, all the other kind of cool stuff that the UN does. But the UN General Assembly doesn't actually have any power to do anything in the world. So it votes to partition the land. That vote created a Jewish state, a Zionist state that would have included the Eastern Galilee, so like where Lake Kinneret and Tiberias and Tzfat are, and then the Western Galilee, where Haifa is, but not the central and northern parts. So like Akko and all the villages in the middle, so all that wouldn't have been in there. And then a strip of the coast, so it include like Herzliya, Tel Aviv, all that kind of crap down. And then a chunk of the Negev desert. But there would have been where the Gaza Strip would have been much longer, and it would have included a strip down into the Negev. Where the West Bank would have been much larger, because it would have included it would have pushed considerably further west, and further north. And Jerusalem and Bethlehem were not part of anything. They were intended to be put under UN control as a UN condominium, and they would vote about it again in a few years. So they would have been like a trust territory, so people didn't fight over them. Does that sound at all familiar to anybody? Did that happen? No, because a fight's going to break out. So this again is the same kind of thing as Peel. It's like some different proposals were made. Finally, people voted and said, "Hey, we should try to do this thing," but everyone then rejected it. It didn't work out. Like the Zionist community accepted it for the same basic reason they accepted the original Peel Commission proposals, because they knew they could conquer the rest. And again, Ben Gurion had already committed himself to taking between 90 and 100% of Palestine. They were already going to go for all of it. So they're like, sure, yeah, we'll take whatever sovereignty you give us, because then we can raise an army and take in more refugees from Europe, and boom, take the rest of it. There is no one to ask the Palestinians. The Grand Mufti's office said no, that asshole who worked for the Yazidis, but who cares about him? He has no power. He's had no authority for years, much more than a decade since he's had any authority anywhere. He's just some exiled asshole. The Palestinians weren't asked. Granted, they would have said no, because it would seem pretty unfair to give 40% of Palestine. This is a significantly larger chunk than they would have gotten under the Peel Commission proposal, which I think was 20 or 22, something. I think 22%. This is 40%. Although a chunk of it is the Negev desert, so not great land, but yeah, it would have seemed even more unjust to people, and they would have said no, understandably. But still, no one bothered asking them because they weren't at the table. So don't let you can acknowledge the injustice of it, and then people still would have wanted to fight back against it, to push back against it. But you can still at least point out that they're lying when they say the Palestinians were offered something here, because they weren't. They weren't even asked. They weren't present in this process here. Palestinians at the time, and many of them for long after, and many still today, preferred a unitary state. Many of them at the time wanted to expel a lot of the more recent Zionist migrants, although they would have kept some of the Jews, and certainly the earlier ones. That I think will have to change now when we look at this, because I think expelling millions of people would create a whole nother injustice. But at the time, a lot of people still would have favored expulsions, but they wanted a unitary state, and then with some of the Jewish population, and then find some way to work it together and negotiate on some of the Zionist presence. Like, can Zionists stay? How many of them can stay? Where's the cutoff? Like, at what point do we say that they've been here long enough? So they would have said, oh yeah, you got here in the 30s, you can stay. If you came here during, like 1940 something, maybe not. Like they wanted a period where they can talk about that, to address this. They wanted negotiations with actual Palestinians represented, and they didn't get that. That's a key point to keep in mind here about all this. So yeah, I already mentioned, let's see, I mentioned Biltmore at 42. And then after World War II, in 1946, Ben Gurion again revised this to say, yeah, maybe we'll settle for 90% instead of 100. But still, like, they're territorial maximalists. They absolutely know they want to take more of the land. So the fact that this would turn to a conflict should not have surprised anybody. And anyone telling you that the Zionists were willing to accept whatever the UN gave them is not being honest, because we have the receipts, we have the journals, the letters, the speeches. We know what they were saying and what they were planning to do. So I want to end with like some points on the planning, like what they were intending. So first, note the issue of land ownership at the time. Looking at Palestine at this point, Jews owned about 6% of the land. If you limit it just to where the UN General Assembly was saying this is a territory that should become their future state, they owned about 11% of it. So it is in the areas where they're more concentrated population-wise, but it's still a lot of other people live there. They're still not majority of the population. And in that area, like if you're looking at taking just over half of the land, Jews will still only own about 11% of it and be about half of the total population. So there's still a significant Palestinian population in their future state as proposed there. So this brings you to the basic theme I want to end today on, and that is the question of transfer, what's euphemistically called transfer in Zionist discourses. We call it ethnic cleansing today. And if anyone's curious about this, ethnic cleansing doesn't actually have a legal definition. It's just a scholarly term, or an immediate term. It's technically a subset of G-side. It's folded into the same. It's folded into the UN G-side convention. So chasing people systematically out of their land is literally considered an act of G-side. This is a problem because even the people who drafted the definition for that word were perfectly willing to ignore the Nakba and pretend it didn't happen. The key here, again, behind what it actually means, is for something to be a G-side, you are targeting a population based upon their identity. That's really it. It doesn't have to involve unalivings. If you are making their lives a living hell, if you are driving them out of their land, if you are making it harder for them to have kids and grow families, all of these are G-side, right? Just making people miserable on the basis of their identity is part of that legal definition. So it's really problematic for us to look at all these cases around the world using this basic scholarly and legal definition that's been there since 1948 and completely ignore what happens in 47 and 48 in Palestine, because almost everyone chooses to ignore that and not take it seriously. And again, largely because of the shadow of the Shoah hanging over it. So it just gets people to turn the other way and not look at what happens here. The argument around it, to understand from the Zionist perspective why they wanted to do this, it has a lot to do with the kind of society that they wanted. Especially for the majority population, because some of the far rightists wouldn't care about some of this stuff, but the majority population really wanted to create some kind of democracy, but they wanted it to be a Jewish democracy. But to have a Jewish democracy, you would need to have a Jewish majority population that would stay a Jewish majority population. Otherwise, it's no longer Jewish. So that becomes a real problem for them. So transfer is the only way out of that. So it presents like a certain temptation toward war crimes. So if you take the UN borders and you accept them exactly as the General Assembly agreed, and that becomes the future state, almost half of the population are already Palestinian. And the Palestinians had a higher birth rate both then and now. So that's a problem for them. And immigration was unlikely to be able to make up the difference between the birth rates. So it forces them to think, well, either we have a more authoritarian and apartheid state that imposes control on people and keeps them from having any kind of rights, so it's not really a democracy, or we chase people out. So the dirty underbelly to when Zionists tell you Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East, which again isn't even true, but if you take that line seriously, the only way it worked is this. It's transfer, it's ethnic cleansing, it's literally G-side. It became a democracy because they had to expel the population, because they were unwilling to accept a state of all of its citizens. It had to have a Jewish ethnic basis. And this is one of the reasons that I personally have serious problems with Zionism. And it's because I study nationalist movements, like the fucking Nazis. If you organize your society around a particular ethnic group and you say that the society and state are for that ethnic group, I mean, that's ultimately the problem structurally for the Nazis, is that they created a definition of what it meant to be ethnic German. Again, they're all kind of made up because races don't really exist, but whatever. They invented a definition for ethnic Germans, and they chose who was excluded from that. Afro-Germans weren't German. Roma weren't German. Jews weren't German. They excluded tons of peoples from that. And then all those people become a problem. Israel's basic legal structure is ethnocratic in exactly the same fucking way, which is what's infuriated me about it from the start, is it's a state for Jews. So what if you're not Jewish and you happen to live there? If you're born there, if your family's been there forever, but you're not Jewish, well, it's not a country for you. We'll tolerate you, but then you become a tolerated minority. And how is that much different from the way that the United States treated Native Americans? They weren't even citizens until the late 1920s. We just corralled them into little camps and reservations, wiped tons of them out, treated them like absolute shit because this country isn't for you. This country is for us, not you. You're left out of the definition. Or look at what is it? The Plessy versus Ferguson type decisions. I think it's that one. The one where they just decided that no matter what, black people weren't citizens, even if they were up into free areas. Like if they weren't in a slave state, they weren't citizens, so they had no standing to object in court. They couldn't file claims. They couldn't sue over anything because they literally weren't citizens. They didn't matter. That's what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with ethnocratic ideas. Israel is problematic today in 2024 because we've dismantled most ethnocracies. There are still some really terrible nation states. Nationalism is still bad, but an explicit ethnocracy where the country is for one particular ethnic group. Northern Ireland was like that, not a country, but a state, part of the UK, but it was ethnocratic. South Africa under apartheid was like that. There haven't been that many that have survived this long. Israel is practically standing alone. There are only a few smaller entities, a few smaller places here and there, but no major country that's truly structured that way. And we should take that very, very seriously, I think. The founders of the country wanted it to be democratic, but wanted it to be only for Jews. That means the Palestinians have to be removed somehow. So you're kind of stuck. They either have to accept a kind of government that they don't want, or for their state project to succeed, they have to commit horrifying war crimes. And that's what ends up happening in 47 and 48. So I just want people to try to understand at least the ideological dimensions of this, the belief system that's developed, as well as what's fed into it. Some of the fears and paranoias that come out of the Palestinian Arab Revolt, some of the fears and paranoias that come out of the Shoah in Europe, and how this gets them to be so fundamentally ethno-nationalist that they're willing to say, we need a country that's only for people like us and chase everyone out, which means they're essentially adopting the same basic attitude that was used to oppress and harm Jews for so long. It's a kind of weird historical irony, but also a massive, massive tragedy that, it so often happens. And this is one of the reasons that I caution a lot of people too about anti-colonial nationalisms, is it's relatively common in social psychology, political psychology here, for the oppressed to become oppressors when the shoe is on the other foot, so to speak, when the power dynamic gets reversed. It frequently happens because there are understandable dynamics behind it. So it's dangerous. Nationalism is dangerous. What happened here is an object lesson in that. And one of the reasons that what I personally want is for the Palestine liberation movement to embrace a broader ideal of this and not an ethno-nationalist one. When I see people arguing still today, and I I have had conversations with people in the West Bank that say all the Jews should go back to Europe, that are calling for the same kind of thing. This is a country for us and only people like us. It's the same basic attitude, and it leads to terrifying consequences. I understand why it happens. I get it. But I'm just saying, this is how we got to in Israel in the first place. The horrific crimes here. And I want us to learn the fucking lessons of history and be better, and not keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Because of that ideology, because of the desire for an ethno-state and a democracy, they put a lot of planning into this. They studied things. They documented the villages. They even tried to track down who lives there because they wanted to find the survivors from the Palestinian Arab Revolt, the people who had fought in the 36 to 39 conflict. They wanted to know where they are so they could take them out during this fight. So they did a lot of studying and preparation for this, and all of that material ends up informing what happens in the actual process of Nakba. And it's not just the Zionists on the ground, but there's volunteers who come in from the diaspora to fight temporarily, even if they don't want to make Aliyah and live there. They'll come and they'll fight. There's also more migrants coming in, and sadly, a lot of Holocaust survivors are kind of like pressed into a lot of this stuff. And the fighting started long before May 48, when Israel became a country. It started at least 6 months beforehand, while Britain was still officially in control. But Britain knew what had happened in the Shoah, and they understood that what they did in the 1939 white paper made them look bad. And they understood how public opinion had been shifting around the world to now sympathy towards Jews. So if they fought back and stopped the Zionists from attacking Palestinians, they were afraid of the political consequences to the British government. They were afraid that it would topple their government. So the Labour government that you've got there that's trying to do all kinds of nice things in the UK itself was really fucked up here, because they just made a Machiavellian choice to sell out the Palestinians and let the Zionists do what they wanted. By the time you get to May of 1948, when Israel declares its independence and the actual 1948 war begins, 200,000 Palestinians have already been driven over the borders. And one of the things, too, when people bring up the 1948 war, and I just had this happen, I think, yesterday, people like, all of these countries attacked, so they got what was coming to them, like Lebanon attacked, whatever. Like, if you take a chunk of people and you drive them forcibly over the border into another country, that's technically an act of war. You're violating their borders. So the 1948 war, when people talk about it in basic histories, they're often recycling the official US line on this, and sometimes the official Israeli line on this, that says that the war begins with a bunch of Arab armies attacking, and then Palestinians got driven out in the context of the war and in all the chaos of the war, and the Arab armies helped drive some of them out and everything else. They're lying about it, because just by driving Palestinians over the border into Lebanon and into Jordan and into Egypt, that's literally an act of war already. So the fight was started before Britain even left and before Israel existed as a country. The paramilitaries were already involved in pushing out villages and attacking people. And all of it is based in all these basic ideological concerns we've dealt with here, like what they felt they had to do, and again, if we're going to understand this to the degree to which we can finally defeat Zionism and get people to stop falling for this shit, we have to at least understand why they fell for it. Why did they believe it? Because if you can't understand that, you can't ever make a counter argument that will work for them, that will reach them. To help people understand why they shouldn't be sympathetic to Zionism, we have to understand why people fell for it. So that's where I want to end this, a closing thought, and I'll point out when we do come back to this, because I'm taking a little break from these. I've got a ton of stuff I need to do on weekends, but when we come back to it, we'll not only talk about the 48 conflict and the rest of the Nakba stuff, but I want to talk much more about the 50s and 60s and how a lot of international opinion changes, and how you end up with so many people, Jews and Christians alike, identifying with Zionism in a way that they never did before. Because again, up to this point, most Jews are not Zionists. At the time Israel is created, most Jews aren't Zionists. that will change. And because it changed, it can change again. But we have to understand how it happened so we can deconstruct that for people and bring them back to base. So that's where I'll wind down. So any last thoughts, questions? But that's done for me.
Amazing. I have a question, especially because the last comment that you made, it can be changed based on your knowledge. How do you think that this situation in Gaza is going to end, and how long will it take?
How do I think the current fight, whatever they're doing right now, will end?
Yes. How do you think that this is gonna?
That's really hard to predict because the Israeli political system is extremely volatile. There are several directions it can go. History is a really good teacher for what you should avoid and try to do differently, but it doesn't really make it easy to make predictions. But you can at least eliminate certain things. So there's things I can say this will definitely not happen, but there are several possibilities for how this plays out. So among those, I really can't give you one. It depends a lot on whether they hold together a far-right administration, whether or not the attention shifts up into Lebanon, whether or not the U.S. decides to get involved and put people on the ground there, whether or not the economy continues to collapse, because the economy is in trouble already. And if people keep improving the whole divestment type stuff, if their economy goes into a tailspin, that could ultimately, that's what led to the South Africa style collapse, was the economy going bad. And that got a lot of ordinary white South Africans to say, you know what, I think our government is fucking up here. We should probably change. Because when you're looking at not being able to provide for your kids, somehow that becomes more important than your racist ideology, because that's a bit more abstract than I got to feed my kids. So the economic situations could really play a significant part in changing the situation. But if they get tons of support from the US, if they find ways to restore the economy, if the world loses interest and turns away and looks at something else like Lebanon or whatever, who knows? Like if we start paying attention to something else and all the economic pressure disappears, then they can afford to keep this shit up for a long time. We could look at another 100 years of conflict, or this could fall apart within 5 years. There's a lot of moving parts. So all I can do is it's too big a conversation to sum up at the end here, but what we can do is we can lay out certain probabilities. What are the more likely outcomes, and how do you get to each one of them? And then eliminate some possibilities that some people bring up. But I cannot give a single answer to that. There's way too many moving parts here.
Right. Thank you, Professor. I think, Meg, you have a question?
Actually, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, Meg. Okay. So, Professor Liam, as we saw with the ICJ making the ruling, it's been increasingly frustrating over the last 10 months, especially with the UN and, all the vetoes that have been going on, with ICJ making their particular ruling. How much power do you think, I guess, the UN has? They specifically came out and said, this is a part, we already know this information, right?
Yeah.
But this needs to stop.
Yeah.
It is an apartheid, we need to take action, which, in the moment feels great. But again, how much power do they necessarily have when it comes to everything going on?
Yeah.
It feels good to hear that message. It feels like a win. But again, as we've observed the last 10 plus months, it's it's been very frustrating. I don't know, that's just how I feel. And I'm a little confused with the message, because it's how do you enact on that?
There are, the UN has literally no power in this conflict here. And we'll get a more nuanced understanding of that. What we're going to be doing in the coming week. As I mentioned, the little podcast for Monday, but we always record earlier in the week for the following week. I'm having a colleague of mine come on who is an international lawyer who works on ICD type cases and understands the processes. And I think she'll help to clarify a lot of the the procedural stuff, like what they can really do. The short answer, though, is that unlike the ICC, which I see people conflating a lot, ICC is a separate treaty and a separate organization, and it only can affect countries that have signed the treaty. So the U.S. never has, and Israel never has. So if ICC were to actually bring charges against Americans, the U.S. has already said, yeah, we will totally invade and stop you from doing that. We're not going to allow us to be caught up in that. So ICC is a whole different issue. ICJ, all UN member states are part of. So because it's literally part of the United Nations. So it's a separate issue there. So Israel can't escape it in the same way it can escape the ICC. But the way it works is the same way countries do in the way they work. So think about our courts. The U.S. has a court system, right? We have the Supreme Court, all the appellate courts, everything. When the courts make a decision, it still has to be enforced. And the people with the responsibility of enforcing it is the executive branch. So, your presidency and all those administrations there, all those parts, right? So for the UN structure, the way it works is the court makes a decision and the Security Council is its executive branch. So unless the Security Council takes this up and does something with it, literally nothing comes out of this report in terms of the UN. It's useful in a whole lot of other ways. It gives us a ton of direct information in nice, boring legalese where, a major international legal court has said this is definitely apartheid and here are all the problems with that. We can use that to sway people, to change public opinion, and that can put pressure on governments, which can ultimately get the UN involved, perhaps. But the UN itself has no ability to do anything because the United States would simply veto anything that came up. And a lot of other countries simply wouldn't participate either. I mean, at best, Britain would abstain. They may even vote against. I mean, if something like this comes up, the Security Council will not touch this. This was actually requested. This opinion was requested by the General Assembly. And remember, the General Assembly does not have any actual legislative ability, like executive power. Like it discusses things. It passes resolutions. It has tons of agencies that were created that they can oversee, but it doesn't actually have the ability to impose anything on the world. Not sanctions, military action, nothing. This only goes to the General Assembly. And the General Assembly has been criticizing Israel since the start. It's the Security Council that won't do it. So we have no executive that can enforce this in any conceivable way. So please don't think the UN can solve this for anybody. It's useful in its way, but not directly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it kind of feels like when journalists ask very important questions, we don't get the answer that we like, but the questions were asked. Mm-hmm. So therefore it raises public opinion. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Parallel to it.
Right, exactly. Okay. So we already had Israeli NGOs like FA17, an Israeli Jewish NGO, has been calling Israel an apartheid state for ages and documenting in exhausting detail exactly why it's an apartheid state. There are tons of Israeli Jews who go into the West Bank and study this shit and watch the soldiers and take notes and pictures and whatnot. And they have been documenting this shit for a long time. They've been calling it apartheid. But now you have a major international court doing exactly the same thing. It just adds more to that. If we make better use of that material, if we make better use of what FA17 collects, of what the UN's collecting, and we use that to sway public opinion, that can change the domestic politics in countries. And if you change the domestic politics in the US so that we abstain the way a lot of, like France will abstain frequently in these kind of decisions, or sometimes go along with the Palestinian side. They used to be very pro-Israel. If you look back in the 1950s, France was super pro-Israel. Into the 1960s, it's not until the 1973 war that the U.S. is involved militarily. We were not supplying them. In the 1967 war, Israel was using French planes and French tanks. But France's relationship soured with Israel because public opinion changed in France. So the government turned away from that. The same thing can happen anywhere. If our actions in the U.S. change public opinion in the U.S., then the U.S. government will be forced to take a step back and not vote against things. And there's been times when that's happened. The reason what Trump did with the U.S. Embassy was illegal is because a Security Council resolution passed in the 1970s that said no country can have their diplomatic mission in Jerusalem because we don't recognize Israel's illegal annexation of this territory around Jerusalem. So, and by putting it there, you're implicitly recognizing that. So our embassy had to stay in Tel Aviv. That only passed because the Carter administration abstained. We didn't vote, yes or no. We stayed out of it. So it passed the Security Council, which meant it's legally binding. The problem here, too, though, is that the UN, because it doesn't have a lot of direct power, even there, like Trump literally broke international and American law by putting the embassy in Jerusalem because of that Security Council resolution, and there's no consequences either. So even there, it's problematic. At the end of the day, it has to be the public opinion, and it has to change rather a lot in order for there to be any consequences at all, because otherwise we can always just ignore it and do whatever the hell we want.
Well, let me ask you this. Why, in your opinion, why do you think the Western countries are backing Israel to this extreme?
It's honestly why I tried to talk about the Shoah for half an hour. It's their own history of anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism, their own culpability for Nazi atrocities, and their unwillingness to actually address those concerns, to actually change what made it possible. Instead of doing that work, they instead support Israel and say that makes them not anti-Semites anymore, which isn't true. Like they're conflating the issues. They're basically, it's a cheat. They're cheating to get out of this. There are other reasons too. Sometimes there are political and military reasons to do it. Sometimes people talk about like resources or oil or anything else. None of that's really relevant in this situation, but there are some occasional political reasons for it. But honestly, when people talk about the U.S. alliance with Israel, technically we have no alliance with Israel. And Israel has been a real pain in the ass for American policymakers of both parties for decades. We have frequently been screaming at them behind closed doors. But in public, we have to love them because a lot of the American public loves them. It's how many Americans side with them, and Americans as a whole publicly side with them because of Christian Zionism, including its apocalyptic Protestant forms, and because of the legacy of the Shoah. And because honestly, people just don't know a fucking thing about what's been happening to Palestinians. So it's the public that drives a lot of that stuff. That's why the governments do it. This is why public education is so important, and why doing public education well is so important, because the more we can help people to understand things in a way that doesn't put them on the defensive and actually informs them and helps them to understand it, you get them thinking about it, and people can start changing their own minds. And if enough people change their minds, then the politics in the countries will change. Just like I mentioned France's did, right? They can change anywhere if the work is done right. But our media does a shitty job, our politics does a shitty job, and most Americans just don't give a damn. Plus, we have a hardcore that is deeply connected to this. A lot of the American Jewish community ended up swallowing a lot of Zionist stuff because of the Arab-Israeli wars in the wake of the Holocaust. And then you have the significant Protestant, evangelical Zionism, which is honestly apocalyptic, and Jesus will come back and we'll all be unalived and terrible shit. But those two things create a strong minority hardcore for it, and then there's a lot of people that just don't know enough and don't care. We need to get to those people.
Anyone, any questions? Or
yeah, freedom.
I think her audio didn't work.
Her audio doesn't.
It came with her backup account. She's at the bottom.
Oh, hi. You're talking about.
Oh, hey, there you go. Yeah.
Hi, how are you doing? Sorry, I couldn't be with you from the beginning. I had an emergency today. So you mentioned the Grand Mufti al-Husseini and what he, like his quote unquote collaboration with the Mustache Man, which is used as I don't want to say an evidence, but as something that they use against the Palestinians. Like your Grand Mufti did this, and you mentioned that he was in exile, he had no power and all of that. But I believe it's only fair to mention that there were people in power, Muslim people in power, who helped the Jewish people. They helped the Jewish people and saved them. Some of them, they risked their lives We have the Albanian Muslims who help the Jews within their communities. And actually, it was like one of the very few countries, European countries, who were able to protect the Jews within Europe. You have the Muslim leaders in France giving the Jewish people shelter in mosques and giving them Muslim IDs so they can be saved. We also have when King Muhammad in Morocco, when the mustache man approached him and he asked him to send all the Jewish people so he can do to them what he's doing there, and he refused. Like, he's a man of power, he's a king, and like the most example of Muslims helping the Jews.
That one,
are the Palestinians.
Yeah, that one's more like ex post facto propaganda. There was no serious request to do that, but the position is nice. The statement is nice. I have a lot of respect for the position that he actually did take on it and making that kind of argument in the first place. But
yeah, and like the largest or the biggest evidence or the largest example of that is the Palestinian who did not mind or did not care about, or they did not like they weren't against the Jewish people from Europe going there. It wasn't until the Zionist movement got into there and they destroyed the whole thing. They like, this is why I keep saying that Zionism is the most anti-Semitic movement, because it is using the Jewish name, the Jewish suffering to do atrocities and to excuse whatever they're doing. You know, so I thought it's only fair to mention all these examples where Muslim helped the Jewish people instead of just focusing on one bad example.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, the way people would counter that is they would say all these other ones are not Palestinian. But again, Palestinians had a political reason to oppose Zionism, and that's what it's based in, not in religion. But it is a fact still that some people do twist the religion, and the Mufti did that, and later some like groups like H Group have used religion to justify some of this stuff and misquoting hadiths in order to justify this stuff. There are still some religious dimensions that people misuse in the scriptures to do shitty things here, but it's not in general a problem with Islam at all. Islam always had a far, far better relationship with Judaism than Christianity did. It was never perfect. Some people try to say there was never any problem. No, that's not true. But it was always worlds apart and vastly better for them in the Muslim world than it was in Europe. And yeah, not only Albanians, also in Bulgaria too. Bulgaria is actually the only country that saw its Jewish population go up during the war. And it wasn't just Bulgarian Christians; there were Bulgarian Muslims, because it was much larger then. But still, it's like 15% of the country is still today Muslim. But there were a lot of Muslims in Bulgaria who actually helped Jews. I mean, it's not the religion that's the issue; it's the nationalist conflict. And what Husseini was doing was he was conflating a nationalist conflict with Zionism with Jews, and that has had some unfortunate legacies, and it's influenced some terrible Islamist rhetoric on this in the contemporary world. And I think that it doesn't do us any favors to ignore those bad examples there too, because we have to somehow get rid of that kind of argument and make people remember, no, this is just about the national conflict here and the fights in this area here. It has nothing to do with Judaism and Islam and anything else. That's not our problem, right? It's never been the problem. It's not why this happened. Religion is not the basis of the Israel-Palestine conflict in any possible way outside of the Christian imagination. Christians imagine it to be. And that's a problem we have to deal with rhetorically in a lot of the Western countries. But it has nothing to do with it on the ground, and it has nothing to do with Islam overall. Muslims have generally been very welcoming and supportive of this. And it's one of the reasons I'm very comfortable working with them. But if you want more Jews, to step up and fight for Palestine, then we have to deal with the bad examples too. Because I've heard from a lot of American Jews who see some of the bad rhetoric. And again, it is a minority, but there are some bad rhetoric that comes through there, and it scares them. And it makes them think that Jews could be targeted here in the aftermath. If Israel were to surrender that power, then they could end up being targeted there as they were before. We have to address that fear. And the only way to address that fear is to address these bad examples. Because you're right that the vast majority of that history is positive. There are good examples there, and that's what we should lean back toward. But we can't ignore the bad. If we do that, all we're doing is shooting ourselves in the foot, because we're leaving people in this fearful state where the Zionists can exploit them and manipulate them.
Yeah, I totally understand. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Any questions?
I don't know if that's a question, but it looks like there's somebody might have asked something in the chat. I'm not sure if that is.
It said, fear blinds people. Eliminate fear and you get rid of the cloudiness.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I meant there was someone that said, I have one, I can please at the end. I'm not sure if that's a request or a question.
It's a song request.
Oh, song request. Yeah, I didn't know. So but yeah, I didn't see anything else. So yeah, unless anybody else has anything they want to throw in the chat. Otherwise, we can wind up here, and we'll pick up again with.
There is one.
Nakba and the
Nina said, wasn't the Smachis' attempt helping the Palestinians gain their independence from British occupation?
No. All of that is also propaganda. There were places where the Yazidis were willing to lie to people in order to get what they wanted, but they honestly had no interest in the region at all. At the end of the day, they are racist as fuck, and they only cared about Europe. They didn't want to go into a bunch of areas where they're more like brown people or something that they would have to deal with. So no, it's just propaganda. But it did confuse a lot of people. There actually were significant Yazidi sympathizer movements in places like Iraq and Iran, largely because of their own history with British imperialism and anger about that. So kind of the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of crap. But they never had any real direct support, only some diplomatic contacts. Also Afghanistan too. But never, there was never any idea of like, we will go and liberate this area. That was used to manipulate people, and it's one of the lies given to people like Hosseini. He was told, yeah, sure, we'll help you eventually, bro. But the Yazidis were lying. They weren't interested.
I think that's it.
Okay. Are you sure you do not need the water break? No, he's done.
Yeah, I'm done. Yep, at the end of the day. So I'll down the last of this, and I'm going to head out and go help my mother. I got to go out and do some work down the hill.
I sent you the previous 2 sessions on. You got them?
Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks. I love archiving the stuff, just in case. So thank you very
I'll
much.
make sure to download this and send it to you too.
All right, thank you.
There is someone in the comments
and then too, stay. Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. And then just stay in touch about planning for future. I've got a lot I've got to take care of for planning for the next semester and doing some work in my house.
Yes.
But I'll get back to these in future, and we'll pick this back up.
Banimaru, please ask or type in the chat or come up. Dr. Leah, you do have a Discord, right, that we can share with the audience?
Oh, okay. So the Discord is up and functional there. My mods are currently working on a better procedure for onboarding of people, because we're worried about like infiltrations and all that kind of crap. So they want to like come up with a way to like ask people questions, figure out, okay, so is your TikTok handle the same as this or whatever, like, and figure things out. But I don't know if that procedure has been finalized. Once that's done, then it can be much more public. Right now, it's more like only if we already really know somebody, they can come in, but they've got to sort that out. But Meg is currently in the chat here. Meg's one of my admins. I've seen Emily in here. I'm not sure who else. I think I saw somebody else earlier. But there's been several people here that are members of it already, and anybody else, if we already know you, I've seen Verna in here. I know her, so if you're not already in there, you could get in. But but for just making it public, no, not yet. They've got to sort something out still.
Okay. Okay. So Megan is taking care of that.
Yeah, exactly. You can contact Meg, and Meg can make that happen.
I don't see the question, Benaroon. Where did you send it? Do you see it, Bella?
There's no.
I just sent my question, but I don't see it.
Did it go with DM? Did it go as a DM maybe?
Not to me. Can you type in the chat, please? Benamaru?
Yeah, I don't see anything either.
Benimaru. 3, 2.
1. Yeah, Liam got to go and take care of his
Yeah.
business.
Okay. So Benimaru, send me a DM and I'm gonna look it up for you and reply.
And also, Benny too. You can contact Meg. You've been around for a while, following us for a while. So if you're not already in there, you can always contact us that way to get in too. Maybe we can answer questions that way as well. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna log out of here and start getting down the hill. I got a long drive.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was very interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Always my pleasure to help out where I can.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, William.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. You're amazing. We're gonna miss you. Come back soon.
I will.
And I believe
Okay, and then if anyone was still watching on here, thank you for watching. Hopefully this was useful in some way. And it's going to stay, I don't know if it does it for the other platforms, but on YouTube it stays up. You can always find the video if you want to go back to this and go over any of the parts there. And yeah, in a month or two, we'll continue the story and go through like the 1950s and 60s and see how this builds up. But anyway, that's it for now. I'm going to shut down. Have a great day, y'all.